All right, here I am. Hello, better late than never. Sorry, it's been a busy morning. I got some wild hair going on again. Hopefully, my audio is good. Let me know if it's not. I haven't messed with it. Um, but I have been busy. Had to clean my house on Wednesdays. Start at like 6:30 in the morning and try to be done by 10. Didn't happen today. So, anyway, we are going to thank you, Brie. Recap day 11 because it was kind of like, I don't know, if I was a trombone sound, like wah, wah. Because Detective Hoppy, or Aaron Hoppy, was on cross, and I was expecting a lot more. Didn't get it. So, and he obviously is going to do my memory's not working at this moment. He split hairs with her about everything. She could have said, here, I'll hold this up. This is my cloth to clean my glasses. She could have said, is this black? And he would have said, well, it could be. It might be. It might have a little charcoal in it. I mean, just crap like that. Irritating. She didn't really get anything else out of him. She kind of asked more the same things of, do you see an eye drop bottle on this table? Well, of course, no, he's going to say. I gotta adjust my chair. Sorry. I disagree. That's going to be his answer. That's not an eye drop bottle. It's pretty, I don't know. I get that no spray bottles can look similar, but eye drops, no spray doesn't say Visine on it. I mean, maybe it does. I don't know. Is there Visine no spray? I have no idea. I don't know. He was irritating. The only thing that she kind of slid in there at the end, which was objected to, sidebar, and the only reason I knew that what it was because Judge Doro does her thorough sidebar record. She tried to slip in there that there was a note from Lynn found that was apologizing to her mother for giving her mother Visine and killing her. Which would have been huge. However, obviously that was not allowed in. And guess who provided the letter? Only one guess. Our dear friend Jessy. So that was a little suspect. At that point, there was a little bit of recross. There was just nothing. There was no bombshells. There was nothing. It was a letdown. The state rests, and then, as in every trial, the defense will file for a direct verdict, something like that. So I'm not filed. They'll argue in front of the judge that the state hasn't presented enough evidence. Just things like that going, like, this shouldn't even came to trial. They haven't done their job, blah, 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 blah. From what I have learned from watching trials over the last 2 years, if you see a judge give a directed verdict, that's like seeing a unicorn. It is 99.99999% denied. However, I did see a case earlier this year, a couple months ago, in Arizona. It was a wild case, and the audio was horrible on it, so I didn't get to watch a lot of it because you couldn't hear it. A father was brought in, accused of unaliving, I believe, his stepdaughter. Either like 10 or 20 years ago, this girl disappeared. It was the last day of school. She was in high school. They supposedly got in a fight. She's ran away. No trace of her has ever been found. He searched and searched and searched for his daughter. I believe her mother had passed away at some point from an illness. So she was with stepdad, not a great relationship. I think his daughter has a podcast. I have no idea what the name of it is. She believes he's guilty. 100%. She testified when the state rested. And in this case, which I've only seen a few of these, and I was on the fence how I felt about it until this taking care of Maya trial, which I'll get into, but briefly, because I know we got to get going. The jury was able, so the state would do their direct defense cross, and then the jurors were allowed to submit questions to the judge that they had for the witness on the stand. It was fine. I didn't think they asked any bombshell questions. But it's interesting because you kind of get a feel where the jury's at. Anyway, state rest. Defense asks for a directed verdict. Judge grants it. This guy's out. Done. Can't bring it back. Daughter still thinks he did it. This poor woman has never been found. Nobody knows if she's alive or dead or whatever. I don't know. I feel bad for her sister. That's the only time out of the trials I've watched. And the lawyers that I was watching with were like stunned. Like I said, they act like it's like seeing a unicorn in the wild. It doesn't happen. So I didn't even listen to the arguments that the defense gave yesterday for this directed verdict. I knew it wasn't going to happen. I could tell by the way Judge Doro even said, oh, well, when we come back from lunch, I take an extra long lunch because the juror had a medical appointment. It was a thing. And I assume you're going to have a motion. And the defense attorney looked at her like, why should I have a motion? Like, I even know the answer to this question. You're going to try to get a directed verdict and she's going to deny it. I don't know. You got to do it. But I was floored. I mean, the judge had to tell her like 3 times, like, you have a motion, right? And then she was finally like, Judge, I don't have a motion. The judge like, you have a motion, right? Oh, yeah. Like, oh my. So obviously I was denied. Whatever. I got to get some lights on here. I am not ready today. So the first witness the defense called was this guy that he used to work at Wells Fargo. And it's been a long time since he's worked at Wells Fargo. I don't even know what financial thing he's doing now. Doesn't matter. So they bring up the paperwork where Jessy added Lynn to her checking account at Wells Fargo on that day that loan that they're saying Jessy applied for, with the Goldman Sachs loan that they're saying Jessy got without Lynn. They have all that paperwork there that would have been done in person. This guy's name's on it, although who knows how many of those documents he saw, because he's like, I don't know. Could have been, my name's on there, I guess. It was pointless. The defense gets up and says, how do we know it was Lynn? Basically, how do we know it was Lynn there? How do we know? Because they're not allowed to, I don't believe they're allowed to I don't know if he was, the next witness was the notary. She was not allowed to photocopy driver's license. And I don't know if he was or not. It wasn't on the form. The state basically was insinuating that it was Jessy and her mother, Jenny Flower, that were there doing all of the stuff to add Lynn to the checking account to get this Goldman Sachs loan going. I have no idea. The next witness was the notary that notarized all this stuff for Lynn back in she notarized it 2017. It was stuff that was written in 2016, like her will and how she wanted Jenny Flower to take care of stuff. And I don't even know the point of it, honestly, because it doesn't matter. She doesn't know who was there. All she can say is, yeah, I notarized this. But she has no idea who was there standing in front of her. The next witness after that, I can put my glasses on, was Jean Tennell, the neighbor. I really thought this one was going to be interesting. She's a bitter woman. Man, is she bitter. It was not interesting at all. She didn't have much to say other than she saw Lynn with her and Lynn would drink together sometimes. Her choice of drink was vodka. She saw Lynn fall down. She saw Lynn in her house with 2 water bottles, and she would drink out of one, and then she would like drink out of the other one the next time. And then after 2017, they had a falling out because Lynn was calling her. She's like, she would call me constantly, and I didn't. She's like, I don't have time to sit and talk to her all day. So they kind of didn't really speak much anymore after 2017. She didn't do anything. It wasn't good or bad testimony. It was just really pointless. Next guy after that was Jimmy J. Burge, was Lynn's insurance agent. Another pointless guy. And then we're going to listen to this guy. And then the witness after that from yesterday, because the witness after that they ended with yesterday, she's still on the stand today. And so we need to go into that. But you let me know what you think about Gary Verdon. Nervous? Lying? Nervous? Telling the truth? If you were sitting there, how much weight would you give this guy's testimony? And one other thing. When the state got ready to, the defense got ready to start their case, apparently there was a motion filed by the state. Attorney Kukler for the defense said, we're not calling her. And so judge said, well, don't even need to discuss it. That was apparently about Jenny Flower. Don't know what state's problem was with old Jenny Flower, other than I'm thinking, are you going to charge her? Because she looks to be like she kind of helped out some stuff. So Jenny Flower is not going to be called. Disappointing. Don't know what the motion was because didn't hear it. This guy that we're getting ready to listen to, you'll hear him say he's good friends with old Jenny Flower, who's now in the courtroom. And I don't know. I don't know what I think about him. So let's do him. And then we are going to start getting into the interesting thing, because the witness after him is an FBI document analyzer, and we're going to finally get into some handwriting stuff, which leads me to believe that the state on their rebuttal is going to call somebody to rebut this witness. And if I would assume, I have no idea who the state is calling. If the state calls any type of medical examiner to rebut what the state's medical examiner had to say, then I assume they'll either call theirs back, the state will, in rebuttal, or I would assume they'll just call theirs back. Why would you call a different one? So you're caught up. We're going to do day 12 after these two witnesses from yesterday. I think Friday's a holiday, so Friday I should be able to do Thursdays, and then we'll be caught up. And then we will just come right in on Monday. So I'll have to confirm, though. I think Friday is when Veterans Day is observed. It's actually on Saturday, but, you got to have a holiday. So let me get this hopefully started and without any problems, because I literally came flying in here after trying to get ready. My dogs are not downstairs, so I probably am going to have to go move them. I know one's standing outside the door with her feelings hurt. And one guess on who that one is, for those of you that know my dogs. Carmen. That's a big hint. And the reason that the other one isn't downstairs is because you don't move a 130 plus pound dog when she doesn't want to move, and she's sound asleep on her bed with her favorite pillow that she's had since birth. So when she moves, I will go lock them downstairs. Oh, one more thing. Give me a second. I'm going to start playing this and then I will boost the sound. When you are seated, the first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Gary Verdin, Garyverdin.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Cooper. Hopefully that sounds okay for you guys.
Sir, you're here to testify in the case involving the death of Lynn Hernan, correct?
Yes.
Now, I would like the jury to get to know you a little bit and how you're connected to this case. Do you know Jennifer Flower? Is that your first connection with somebody that's in this case?
Yes.
You call her Jenny or Jennifer?
I call her Jenny.
Jenny Flower?
Yes.
And you see Jessy Kurczeweski here?
Yes.
Is Jenny Jesse's mother?
Yes.
And is Jenny Flower in the courtroom?
Yes,
Do you
she
see
is.
her? Where's she?
She's in the back.
Back behind on my side of the courtroom? I see two people in the back.
In the dark jacket.
Okay. And how do you know Jenny Flower?
We met many years ago, 20 years ago or so, in the neighborhood bar.
So you're friends.
Yes.
You're platonic friends. You were never in a dating relationship.
No.
Is that right?
No.
Am I right?
You're all right.
Okay. And when you became friends with Jenny, where was Jenny living?
She was living at Whitnall Point, I believe, at that time.
So we could call them the Whitnall Apartments, maybe?
Right.
And so during the time that you knew Jenny, and you still know Jenny, right?
Yes.
Would you ever socialize with her at her house?
Yes.
And during the years, what year did you think you met her? About 20 years ago?
20, at least 20.
Okay. And how did you get to know, if you did, Jessy?
Through Jenny. Jenny would talk about her, talk about how she grew up and stuff like that.
And you'd see Jessy around?
Not that often, because I wasn't around Jenny's apartment that much.
From time to time, you saw
Yes.
Jessy?
Yes.
Did you know Lynn Hernan?
Not at that time. No.
Did you eventually get
Yes,
to know Lynn Hernan?
Yes, I did.
How did you get to know Lynn Hernan?
She was introduced to me by Jenny.
Was Jenny and Lynn good friends?
Yes, they were. From what I understood, yes.
Did it seem to be true?
Yes.
So there was a time then, I take it, that Jenny introduced you to Lynn.
She did.
Is that in person?
Yes, it was at the bar.
What bar would that have been at?
Annie's Place in the Hales Corners.
Okay. Did you ever help Lynn in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury in that how it is that you helped Lynn.
Well, Jenny asked me that Lynn wanted somebody to drive a truck to Madison to empty out her mother's house. And I agreed to do it.
So you agreed to drive a truck to Madison.
Yes.
And was Lynn's mother who lived in Madison?
At that time, I understand that Lynn's mom had passed away, and then she was cleaning the house out.
All right. And Lynn's mom died in November 2013. Does that sound right to you?
I couldn't tell you.
All right. And so what did you do then? Did you drive the truck?
I did.
You help her load up her mom's things?
Well, when I got there, everything seemed to be all ready to go. She gave orders. This is what's going in the truck. And that's the way we did it.
Lynn gave the orders?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do? Where'd you take the truck? Where'd you take the things? After you were done loading them up?
Oh,
did
we
you
took
drive
them to her condo in Pewaukee.
All right. So then you were able to visit Lynn's condo.
Yes.
Is that the first time you'd been there?
That was the first time, yes.
Did Lynn give you anything for helping her?
Yes, she gave me a little thank you card and with $500 bills in it.
Five $100?
Five $100 bills in it.
So $500 she gave to you,
Yes,
just for help, for that little bit of help.
yes. I tried giving her a lot of it back, but she wouldn't take it.
When you were in her condo, did you make, well, had you gone to her condo then after that other times? You've been there more than once?
I was there one other time after that.
So 2 times altogether.
Well, when we moved there that day, that was the day, I didn't stay very long. But then the second time, we did spend some time together.
Do you know when that was?
I couldn't tell you. I wish I could.
Well, let's ask it this way. Lynn died October 3rd of 2018. Does that help you sort of pin it down a little bit?
I would say maybe a year, if that, before that.
So no longer than a year. So October of 2017 or more recent than that.
That's possible.
Does that seem likely?
It seems like it could be, yes.
Now, when you went there that second time, did you make any observations of what Lynn was doing or where she maybe was seated? Anything along that line?
Yes, I saw him always sitting in his chair with a table next to her. And big light.
Do you have anything next to her?
Yes, she had a big white Slurpee cup, with a straw coming out of it. She had a bottle of vodka next to it. She had a ashtray, her cigarettes, and a bottle of Visine.
You sure it's Visine?
Yes,
While you were there, did you
Kind of
have occasion to
odd
use the
thing to
bathroom or go
notice.
into the bathroom?
I did once, yes.
Did you make any observations in the bathroom?
Yes, I did.
What did you see in the bathroom?
Well, to the next to me was a little waste paper basket, and you look in there, and you could see bottles of Visine. That time I saw maybe 3 or 4.
Was there anything else in the wastebasket with the Visine?
Not at that time, no.
Was there in fact another time that you were at the condo that you saw Kleenex in a wastebasket?
That was not at her condo. That was at her apartment in Waukesha.
Okay,
That's what I said, Carmen.
That's
What?
the first time I met her.
all right. So the first time you met her was before she moved to Pewaukee, and as I am understanding you, when she lived in her apartment in Waukesha.
Then that's when I went to the,
Yes, that's when you met her?
yes,
Okay, and you went to that apartment.
yes.
What did you see at her apartment in that apartment?
I saw basically the same thing. The table, the lamp, her sitting there with the Slurpee cup, the bottle of vodka, and ashtrays, cigarettes, and Visine.
Do you happen to pay attention to what brand of cigarettes they were or no?
They were Cools.
Cools, okay. Did you see any Visine during that visit to Waukesha?
Yes.
Where did you see Visine?
I agree, Bree. And it does seem to be a lot to remember about somebody's stuff. However, because I know myself, if I saw something odd at somebody's house that struck me as odd, if I did see what he said he saw, and I did go to and use their restroom, and there was more bottles of Visine in the bathroom, because I'm weird like that, I would pick up on it. I would remember it because I just notice things like that, and so I don't know. I'm on the fence because, and especially if something happened to them afterwards, then I'd be like, oh my gosh, like I really remember this. But I don't know. I just am on the fence with him. I agree, Carmen, that he seems a little coached and maybe trying to save his friend, which obviously the state's going to bring that up. But I have to look at myself, and I have to look at how I look at things sometimes. And I would pick up on something weird like that. Like, why in the world does this person use so much Visine? Now, I would probably ask, not Lynn, I wouldn't have been like, what's wrong with you? But I'd probably ask Jenny or Jessy, like, what's wrong with her? Why does she use so much Visine? Like, my gosh. So I don't know. I just don't know. This guy has me all sorts of just I and honestly I don't know. It's if there's not a person like me sitting on the jury to raise that point, that I doubt they're gonna give him much credit. But it's just hard to say.
In the garbage pail in the bathroom.
Just Visine?
No, there was tissues in there too.
Like used Kleenex or something like
Yes.
that? Okay. Do you know how many bottles of Visine you saw in that particular garbage can?
I can only say like I saw 2 on the top, and the rest was tissue.
What did you think when you saw so much Visine?
Well, at that time, when I first saw it in the bathroom, I didn't really think nothing. But then I had to walk by her to go sit down again, and that's when I saw the bottle of Visine sitting there. And I thought to myself that she had an eye problem, major eye problem.
Which I would have thought the
Did
same
you-
thing. Like,
did you
what's
get
wrong?
Did you get along with Lynn?
I tried not to talk to her too much.
Why not?
She just seemed like she was, no matter what you said, she was just gonna jump on you, start yelling or something like that. I felt like she hated the world at that time.
Is that both at the Waukesha apartment and Pewaukee?
Well, it was more at Pewaukee, but yeah, it happened at Waukesha too.
Okay, so as you got to know her later on when she's at Pewaukee, it felt to you like she hated the world.
She was bad-mouthing a lot of people, everybody really.
Is that uncomfortable?
Yes, I didn't really know who these people were.
Did, who, for example, did she complain about?
Overruled. He may answer.
Well, she had told me this story.
Answer the first question.
I'm sorry.
Who did she complain about first?
Her ex-boyfriend.
Okay, what was the complaint about the ex-boyfriend?
She had,
Hold on. There's been an
sorry,
objection
I'm
that I
sorry.
will sustain.
Okay, so she complained about the ex-boyfriend.
yes.
Do you know what his name was?
There was only two guys she mentioned, or 3.
Was it Jim Kelleher?
One of them, only one was Jim. Another was, I remember an Anthony, and I remember a Keith.
Okay, so you remember her complaining about
Convenient.
Jim and Anthony and a Keith. Is that true?
Well, yeah,
Okay. Were you ever at Jenny's house visiting when Lynn called?
yes,
Do you remember a call in particular?
yes, I do.
Do you remember, can you tell the jury about that particular call?
Objection, Your Honor, that's going to call for hearsay.
What's the time frame?
Would this have been in that 2017 to 2018 time period?
Yes.
Overruled. He may answer.
Tell us about what happened on that particular day.
That day, Lynn kept calling Jenny. And Jenny did not want to answer the phone, because she knew,
Just tell us what you heard, not what you think someone knew.
So Jenny didn't want to answer the phone.
so
Did she eventually answer the phone?
she eventually put the phone open, yeah, and she started talking to her.
Okay, so when you say the phone is open, do you mean that she put the phone down and she has the speaker on?
Jenny always has a speakerphone. Yeah.
Pardon me?
Jenny always has her speakerphone.
Okay, and was Jenny, so she didn't have the phone to her ear, she just had the phone laying open?
Yes.
Was Jenny paying attention to, from what you could tell? Did it seem that Jenny was paying attention to what Lynn was saying,
At certain times.
and other times not?
Right.
Could you hear what was being said?
Yes, at certain times.
Okay, what did you hear?
Well, I heard Lynn talking about all sorts of things. How she wanted certain people to stay out of her life. She wanted. She talked about. I don't know, where do I start?
Start wherever you want to. Are you nervous here today?
Well, yeah,
Okay. Have you ever testified before?
no.
All right. Just start wherever you want, with any subject.
Well, Lynn just started rambling off, and you could tell that she wasn't, I mean, her voice she sounded like she was either sleepy or tired or whatever, but she was rattling off about the will. Then she would rattle off about a Jeep. Then she would rattle off about jewelry. Then she started talking about how she wanted to kill herself.
Tell us about Lynn wanting to kill herself.
Objection, Your Honor. I believe we've gone down this path. I think this is all hearsay continually.
Please rephrase the question so that the answer does not call for hearsay. I've given some latitude, but I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, could I be heard at sidebar?
Just asking what his impressions were.
Well, it's just that during interviews, hearsay of Lynn was allowed in.
I understand. Rephrase the question.
All right. Is it regard to the conversation about wanting to kill herself? Did Lynn describe methods that she wanted to use to kill herself?
Yes,
Did she? 3 of them. She had 3 ways she wanted to kill herself?
3 I remember.
Did she sound serious about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase, please.
How did she sound?
She sounded drunk.
Okay. Was it a brief call?
No, it lasted at least an hour, probably an hour and a half. It was on.
Well, she talked for a long time.
That's all she did.
What's that?
That's all she did was talk.
No one else said a word?
No,
Was just Lynn talking for an hour, hour and a half
yes,
about all sorts of subjects?
yes,
Wills, you said, I think,
yes,
property that she had,
yes,
and ways she wanted to kill herself.
yes.
And the only weight I can give him is from Jean, the neighbor, who stopped talking to her in 2017 because Lynn would repeatedly call her all day. And she stated at one point Jean was outside, and Lynn yelled at her and said, "I just tried to call you. Why did you not answer your phone?" Well, she didn't have her phone on her, and then she told Lynn, "I don't have to answer my phone." So Lynn was calling her constantly to talk about whatever. This woman did not want to talk to her. So it kind of gave him a little bit of credibility there of, I could see if Lynn had been drinking, maybe calling and just going on about how horrible her life is, and she thought it was. Nobody knows what's wrong with her, what have you. I can see it. I don't know. I just, this guy could be the worst person on earth. I have no idea. He may be the best guy on earth. He's kind of strikes me as a weird grandpa. I don't know. I don't know what I think about his testimony so far.
Was there, during that move that you were talking about, the move where you helped Lynn move her mother's things, was there an incident that happened when you were in the basement of Lynn's mom's home?
Yes,
Can you tell the jury about that particular incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
From the different conversations, I should say, from listening to Lynn at different times during the move or during your visit with her at Waukesha or visit with her in Pewaukee or on the telephone, did you ever get an impression, or did she ever talk about her mother?
she tried to tell me things about her family, her mother.
It seemed as though she had a good or a bad relationship with her mother.
Objection or relevance.
Sustained.
When you were listening to Lynn rambling on for an hour and a half, when you were at Jenny's apartment, did you have an impression of her mental state?
Yes, I felt that she was in bad shape or something. I felt that, I don't know how to put it. How do you put, someone wants to kill herself, how do you put it? That's her state, that's what she was saying.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hernan, you started off your testimony about how you are friends with Jennifer Flower, correct?
Yes.
Did you come with Miss Flower today?
No.
Okay. You provided a written statement to an investigator in this case, correct?
Yes.
In that written statement, it talks about how around 2000 is when you briefly met Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes.
And then,
You know, excuse me, I don't think it was 2000. That was too early. I think it was like 2010.
so if your written statement says around 2000,
Yes, I know, I remember that.
you would have been incorrect in your statement.
That is incorrect.
Okay. In your written statement, it talks about, again, the meeting her around 2000, but then it talks about how the next time you met, you went to Miss Hernan's mother's house, correct?
No, the next time we met was at her apartment in Waukesha.
Okay, but your written statement that was provided to investigators in this case did not talk about that next meeting being at Waukesha, though, correct?
Correct.
So those are different statements, correct?
Correct.
In 2000, let's say around, did you have a time frame again of when you helped move Miss Hernan?
When you
Or
mean
help move the belongings from Madison, I should say.
when she moved out of her Waukesha apartment?
Okay.
That's all. That's the time frame I can give you.
Okay. And then there was some discussion about objects or things that you observed in both Waukesha apartment and in the Pewaukee apartment, correct?
Yes.
One of those being a Slurpee cup, correct?
Oh, it reminded me of a Slurpee cup, big white one.
Okay. And then another thing was vodka, correct?
Bottle of vodka, yes.
And then you made mention in your written statement, and again here in court today, of Visine bottles, correct?
Yes.
Is it normal for you to take stock of people's belongings like that, your other friends at their houses?
I never noticed Visine at other people's houses.
Okay. Is it normal for you to go through someone's trash and notice that there's Visine bottles in their
I
trash?
don't go through the trash.
But you would have seen that in her garbage basket, correct?
If I look down, yes.
Okay. Are you positive that the brand was Visine?
Yes.
Okay. If there was previous testimony in this case that Miss Hernan would have had other brands of eye drops at her house, would that be consistent with what you were seeing at her house?
I saw it said Visine on it.
Okay. You weren't very close with Miss Hernan, though, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
So you would have seen her about 4 or 5 times throughout since you first met her, correct?
Less than that even.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you don't know what her normal demeanor would be on any given day, correct?
Correct.
I want to circle back to the fact you started off your testimony again here with the fact that you are good friends with Miss Flower, correct?
Yes.
And friends so much that you've actually given a money offer or to offer to Jessy after her arrest, correct?
Can you rephrase that a little bit?
Yeah, so you're obviously close enough with Miss Flower and Miss Kurczeweski in the sense that is it true that you've offered to give her money after her arrest?
Offered? No.
Did you give it to her?
I gave Jesse money, yes.
Okay. And that was after July of 2019, correct?
I would think so, yes.
You're talking about this phone call that was about an hour and a half that you heard over speakerphone, correct?
Yes.
After you heard it, as well as Miss Flower heard it, did either of you call 911 or rush to help Miss Hernan?
Well, first of all, Jenny don't, I even said that to her. I says,
Sir, you have to answer the question, okay?
no, we did not.
If you thought that she was going to act on any of these things as a good Samaritan, would you have done something about that?
Of course I would have, but I did not know her that well.
But you didn't make those attempts after you heard her talk about these things,
I did
correct?
not.
Mr. Burton, I just have a few more questions. When you were providing this written statement, did you talk about Miss Hernan being suicidal in them?
No,
Have you been watching this trial on court TV or anything like that?
no, I haven't.
Okay. So you're just thinking of this story of Miss Hernan being suicidal or purporting to be suicidal out of the blue, even though you were asked previously to give a written statement, correct?
I am just telling you what she said.
But you were asked about your relationship with Miss Hernan and to give a written statement, and you did not make any mention of her being suicidal or making these suicidal comments, correct?
No.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, I do. You gave a very brief statement, 1 2/3 pages previously, right?
Yes, and that was here at the courthouse.
It was here at the courthouse.
I was, Mr. Galvez wanted me to meet him at his office that day. On my way there, he called me and says, listen, I'm not gonna make it. Can you meet me at the courthouse? I'm in this room, I'll meet you out there.
Did you meet him there?
I did, and I was just very upset because it was taking forever, and when he finally was finished with his business, he brought me into a conference room, and he told me to write down things, what I saw, and, and I just wanted to get out of there, so I hurried it.
Okay. Since then, you've had a chance to think about your relationship and with Lynn and times that you've spent with her. Is that fair?
Yes,
And you weren't asked at that time anything about these specific instances that you're talking about today. Isn't that true?
I wasn't asked, no.
And during the course of time that we have been, well, it's fair to say that I've called you up and asked you about this, your relationship with Lynn, right?
Yes,
And try to get to know your relationship a little bit deeper, right?
yes,
And ask you to remember everything that you can remember about anything involving Lynn. Fair?
yes,
And you've talked about most of those things today.
most, yes,
Some things maybe we can't talk about because the judge said sustained, right?
I suppose, yes.
Oh, you were asked about the garbage cans. You never, did you dig through Lynn's garbage cans?
No.
How is it that you saw Visine in the garbage cans?
Well, the first time they were on top, well, a few of them were on top. I don't know if there was any more underneath, but the first time I saw a couple bottles there with paper, and the second time there was no paper.
So, is the garbage can right out in the open where you just can't miss it?
Correct.
And as to money to Jessy, did you get a call one time from Jessy where she asked if she could have some money or borrow some money from you?
Yes.
And do you know how much you loaned her?
I believe it was $1,000 in that neighborhood.
And were you, did you willingly loan her that $1,000?
Yes.
Okay. In court here today, the truth, everything has been the truth today.
Everything that I remember, yes.
And everything about the phone call that you heard from Lynn, that happened.
Yes, it did.
Thank you, that's all, Judge.
All right, thank you, Sarah. You may step down.
All right, so he does not remind me of a guy that would watch court TV or even want to waste. This is day 11 sitting there for 10 days watching court TV on this trial. I don't see it. I don't see him doing that at all. He does seem like a kind of straight and narrow, cut to the chase kind of guy for me. I don't have a problem that he gave Jessy money, even if she was in jail. If he doesn't think she did anything wrong, why would he have any problem giving her any money? And maybe he didn't even know the extent of anything that, sorry, I paused that, made a bad pause for you, Miss Jessy. Maybe he has, maybe he still doesn't have any idea of the things that we've heard. Especially burying stuff in a park and all that weird stuff. But people in jail get money from people all the time. Some of the worst people in jail get money from people all the time because they're starstruck with a serial unaliver or something. So I don't know. When I first heard his testimony, I was only listening. I wasn't watching. He made a better impression on me watching him because he just, I don't know, looks like a guy that watches football, drinks some beer, and just tells you how it is straight up. I can see him having a temper and not wanting to make, like, I had to wait on you. And then, you kept calling me, you weren't ready. And then you had to deal with that defense attorney, Galvez, or whatever his name is. I wouldn't want to deal with him. And so I can see him having a short fuse, but he's straight to the point. And he's not sitting around for 10 days watching court TV. So that's just my thoughts. I don't know what you guys thought about him. We'll see if the jury gave him any weight or not. And here we're going to finally get into the handwriting stuff.
Yep, and you are released from your subpoena, sir. You are.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You want a sidebar or?
Yeah, sidebar.
Okay, thank you. Well, sidebar.
Oh, by the way, since I recapped most of day 11 for you, I saved you from Attorney Galvez, whatever his name is.
All right, the defense may call its next witness.
Thank you. The defense calls Linda Eisenhart to the stand.
He was so slow at questioning his witnesses. I listened to it at 1.5 speed and could have probably done 2 because the pauses in between his questions are forever.
Good afternoon, Ms. Eisenhart. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way up to the front, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you would please have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
My name is Linda Eisenhart. My first name is spelled Linda. My last name is spelled Eisenhart.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Eisenhart.
Good afternoon.
What is your occupation and who are you employed by?
I'm a document analyst, forensic examiner with the Federal Bureau of Investigation Laboratory.
We call that FBI for short?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you worked for the FBI laboratory?
Almost 11 years now.
What's the nature of your work with the FBI?
I examine and compare handwriting, printing, typewriting, and other types of documentary evidence to determine origin, source, or other investigative information.
before we continue on about that, I'm going to show you, could I have the screen shown to the witness, please? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 6. Let me know, is that on your screen now?
Yes, it is.
You see the exhibit sticker on there?
618, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just show this to you. What are we looking at?
This is my CV.
It's your curriculum vitae,
Yes, thank you.
and I'm going to show you, it seems to be 5 pages in length. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And this is your current CV?
May I scroll through it just to make sure?
Oh,
Okay.
For you.
Thank you.
Am I going good speed?
Yep, that's fine, thank you. Yes, this is my most current CV. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 618 and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 618 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
It's in front of the jury.
Thank you. So, Ms. Eisenhart, can you tell us what is the nature of your, what's your educational background? We see that on page 2.
Yes, I received my Bachelor's of Science from the University of Pittsburgh. I majored in chemistry with a concentration in biology. I later went on to earn my Master's of Business Administration from DeVry University as well.
I would like to move up on your CV and talk about your professional experience. You said that you're working presently with the FBI, and that's the July 2020 to present, is that right?
Yes, as well as the position listed below there, the document analyst forensic examiner.
And I see 2 listings for that, so can you explain
Yes.
that?
Yes, thank you. In addition to doing casework as a forensic examiner, I also have what's called a program manager role. It requires that I am leading and in charge of some research activities within the question documents unit, as well as managing the equipment and our reference file. So that's an additional duty on top of my casework.
And I see that you, of course, started out, and it seems to make sense that from 2013 to 2015, you were a forensic examiner trainee.
That's correct.
So it's a 2-year training program with the FBI, I take it?
Yes, it was 2 years full-time training during that period.
What do you do during that training period?
So the training in a lot of ways mimics college courses. So during that 2 years, the training that I received was broken up into mainly 3 separate blocks of instruction. That was handwriting, printing, and typewriting. There was some other ancillary training that I did as part of that, but those were the main sections. During each of those blocks, I would attend classroom lectures. I would read textbooks and peer-reviewed journal articles, and then I would be quizzed on that content. In addition, I then moved on to doing practical problems. So these were cases that were created with ground truth answers, and I was to work through those and then provide results, opinions, depending on what the practical problem was. Those were graded, and I was required to pass all of those before I was able to move on. Or excuse me, I was required to pass the collective of those with an 80% or higher to move on.
How were your grades during that process?
They were averaged over those problems, and I did meet the minimum or exceed the minimum of the 80% for those practical problems. I don't know exactly what my grade was now. It's been a little while.
And did you have any oral boards during that time?
Yes, I also had to do an oral board for each of those 3 blocks. So an oral board is an exercise that I would go through as a trainee. I'd be in the room with 3 subject matter experts, and they would ask me questions for a couple hours just about the topics. They could be theoretical questions, application questions, what would you do in this scenario, and that was also a graded exercise that I had to pass as well. In addition to the oral boards, I also had to do mock courtroom exercises. Those each began with a case that I was given, and I would work it, do the comparisons, prepare notes, a report, and then I would hand that over to the folks that were doing my training. Oftentimes, attorneys would be involved in those later mock trial scenarios, and those, again, were graded. So that was the format for each of those 3 blocks that I mentioned with handwriting, printing, and typewriting. During that 2 years, in parallel with all those exercises that I mentioned, I also had to complete 150 cases that were supervised. So these were cases that were coming into the FBI, and they were assigned to real qualified examiners at the time, but I would receive the evidence and work them independently. And I would create my own case notes and prepare reports, and then my report would be compared with the qualified examiner. Again, there was an 80% requirement for me to be passing those as well.
Presume you always passed? Yes, that's why you're still.
I
working
exceeded
it.
the 80%. Yes, I did.
You said you'd prepare a case notebook. Do you have a case notebook for this case?
Yes, I did bring one with me.
Okay, and do you have that with you if you need it today?
I do.
Okay. So it sounds like you were sort of shadowing more experienced examiners during that training phase.
Yes, that's correct.
From there, then, did you become a forensic examiner?
After I completed a competency test, that was something I didn't mention as part of my training, but that was required before I was qualified. I did pass all of those exercises. I did pass my competency tests, and then the FBI qualified me to go ahead and do casework independently after that.
And now you're working full-time at the FBI?
I am, yes.
And your CV says Quantico, Virginia. Is that where you're located?
It is.
Okay. And prior to working for so you've been with the FBI for a long time, but prior to working for them, it looks like you worked for a company, Chem Image?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you do any kind of forensic work with Chem Image?
I did. So ChemImage was a company that developed specialized imaging technologies. It enabled the ability to see differences in chemistries between materials. So that was applied to forensic capabilities as well as military, biomedical, and pharmaceutical applications as well.
Now, as you're working for the FBI now, do you ever get tested? Do you have any kind of proficiency testing as you continue in your role?
I do. I'm required to complete proficiency tests every year. I complete a proficiency test for handwriting every year and an additional proficiency test that may span the range of some of the other types of examinations that we do as well.
What training have you received for the examination of question documents?
In addition to the training that I received by the FBI?
Is it all through the FBI?
No, I did receive training outside of the FBI. Oftentimes, conferences are a place where I'm able to get additional training through workshops. I often have attended tours of facilities, such as paper making facilities to understand how paper is made. I've also attended multi-day workshops at universities that may probe a particular area that I am working in as well.
I see that on page 3 of your CV, you have won some awards, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
What is the award you won in 2021?
In 2021, I received the FBI Director's Award for Outstanding Scientific Achievement, along with a couple of other folks. This was an award that we received because of some of the research that we did.
Was it that research have anything to do with handwriting?
Yes, it was a study focused on trying to quantitate the accuracy of forensic handwriting examiners and their conclusions.
You mentioned you have additional training at conferences. Is that what we see listed as we continue to scroll down page 3?
Yes, mostly conferences, some tours there as well.
And then there's what you call professional presentations on page 4. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you sometimes present?
Yes, I do try to present once a year. Sometimes it's every other year. Sometimes it's multiple times a year. It just depends on if I have some new research that I can share or a workshop that I can help to put on for other document examiners, perhaps a case that others can learn from. It's a great opportunity to continue professional development for myself and for others as well.
Have you been published? Excuse me. Have you been published, ma'am?
Yes, I have.
And would that appear on page, let me see, it looks like it would be starting at the bottom of page 2 and going into page 3. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you say you call these peer-reviewed publications. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
So a peer-reviewed publication is one where when you submit a manuscript to a journal, other subject matter experts review the work, and often they're assessing whether the work that you have presented in this manuscript is novel, whether the scientific research was done in a way that makes sense, that is the results of those studies do in fact have data to support them. Oftentimes we will receive some comments on clarification, and so it's just a higher level of publication that you expect out of those journals that are peer-reviewed whenever they are finally published.
And the publications that you have written, peer-reviewed publications, are there any that in particular that you would refer to that relate to the subject matter that you're here to testify about?
Yes, in 2002, my research team and I published a paper on the accuracy and reliability of forensic handwriting conclusions. We published.
Can you put a little mark by that on your screen? If you see it?
Yeah, yes, thank you. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So that was the study that I mentioned I won the award for, and that was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences.
And if I show you what I'm holding up here. What's her next exhibit number, Madam Clerk? If you know. I'm sorry that I didn't keep track.
I don't know if you remember things that didn't tell me. The last official one I have is 621.
Never mind, you're right, I should look. This would be 624. I'll just show you what, may I approach? You may. I'd like to show you what I've marked as exhibit 624. Can I hand that to you?
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document?
Yes, I do.
Is that the article you were talking about just now?
Yes, it is.
You're co-author on?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that from you.
Thank you.
Move to admit 624, Your Honor.
Exhibit 624 is received.
So I'll take down this exhibit. Thank you. Have you testified before related to findings in this capacity, in this role that you have as a forensic examiner?
Yes, I have.
And I don't mean in this case, but just otherwise.
Yes, I have previously testified.
Were you asked to do work in this particular case of the State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczeweski case?
Yes, I was.
Can you, and you were asked to look at handwriting, is that true?
Yes,
Just make it kind of simple to start with.
Yes.
You were provided with documents, right?
I was.
Can you explain what a forensic handwriting comparison is for the jury?
Sure. A forensic handwriting comparison is a careful and methodical examination and comparison of questioned and known writing for the purposes of identifying or eliminating a writer of interest. So just to define a couple of terms, I said questioned writing. That's a term you'll hear me use a few times throughout my testimony today. So that's the writing that's in dispute. And known writing is writing samples that are known to have been produced from a particular individual. They can include two types of writing. One is writing that is prepared specifically for the purposes of a handwriting comparison. Usually that's witnessed, and the content prepared during that is the exact same wording and characters and content as the question document. There's another type of known writing that we can also use that is collected. It usually comes from outside of the investigation, such as driver's licenses, checks, job applications, letters, greeting cards, and so on. So using that collective set of known writing and comparing it to the questioned writing, the goal there is to be able to identify or eliminate the writer. And our ability to do that is based on two main premises. The first is that no two people write exactly alike, given sufficient quantity and quality of writing. So what I mean by that sufficient quantity is if you have a number 1 and a 0, a number 10, there's not much writing there. It's a line and a circle. So there's not really much to work with from recognizing a pattern of a writer. We actually need a little bit more writing than that. A signature, a sentence, a paragraph, and so on. So the second premise that underpins our ability to do forensic handwriting comparisons is that no one writes exactly the same way twice. So we're not machines, we're humans, and variation is normal and it's expected, actually. However, there's a habitual pattern of repeated characteristics that we look for to be able to distinguish one writer from another. And that's what actually helps many of us recognize writing of people who are close to our parents, our siblings, or even our coworkers.
Do you follow a particular procedure or protocol when you're examining handwriting?
I do. There's a standard operating procedure that we use at the FBI laboratory to perform the comparison. And we generally refer to that as ACE-V, which is an acronym for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification.
Can we talk about each one of those?
Sure.
Okay, so the A stands for analysis, you said?
Correct.
Explain that.
So in the analysis phase, I begin with an independent examination of the questioned and the known writing using proper magnification and lighting. So at this point, I will assess whether or not the questioned and the known writing is original, or if I have a photocopy or a non-original document. Also evaluating whether or not the handwriting is freely and naturally prepared, or if it exhibits any characteristics of distortion. So freely and naturally prepared writing, I expect to see changes in the thickness or the thinning of the line, which usually indicates speed or changes in pressure. With distorted writing, the distorted writing may exhibit tremor or shakiness in the written line, pauses or breaks in unusual locations, perhaps retouching an addition of a stroke to make writing look a particular way, and so on. After I assess the free and naturalness or assess the distortion, then I start to evaluate the question writing in particular to determine if there are characteristics that enable me to do that comparison. So there's two types of characteristics I'm looking for, and these are called class characteristics and distinguishing characteristics. So class, I'm sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. What does that mean?
So class characteristic is one that would group writers together, the way they look pictorially, the formations of them. You may have perhaps described somebody's writing as bubble writing, just the general pictorial look of that writing. Distinguishing characteristics are those that would further discriminate writers from one another. Some examples of that might be the way that the characters are connected to each other, the height relationships between them, and the way they sit on the baseline. So when I'm doing this analysis at the beginning, I'm assessing whether there are actual characteristics that would help me to be able to identify or eliminate a writer ultimately. If there are sufficient quantity and quality of those characteristics, then I start to assess whether or not the known writing that's been given to me is comparable. So what I mean by comparable is it the same format? Is it cursive? Is it hand printed? All uppercase, normal case? Are there numerals there? I would prefer to have the same words or letter combinations or characters at least to be able to compare apples to apples.
Sounds like the more examples you have, the better of known writing.
Yes, to try to get a good sense of the range of that variation the writer may exhibit, yes.
On that A, have we covered the E part of it yet?
That was the analysis phase in the A. So C for that acronym I mentioned in the method is the comparison phase next.
Okay, so then what's the next phase? Is it the verification phase or something else?
So just backing up, the comparison phase is where I actually go through and look at the questioned writing and the known writing to see if those class and individual characteristics are consistent or if they're inconsistent. And then the next phase is the evaluation phase. This is where I start to weigh the significance of those consistencies or those inconsistencies, as well as any limitations. If there was distortion, if there's limitations with the comparability, if there's non-original documents. And that's when I reach my conclusion and ultimately write up a report. And then finally is the verification. So in the FBI laboratory in the question documents unit where I work, all of our cases are reviewed and verified by another qualified document examiner. So that's what that verification phase is.
And does that person reviews it after you've reached your conclusion?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you ever do the verification on somebody else's work?
Yes, I do.
So that's one of your roles.
Yes.
Were you asked to conduct a handwriting analysis in this particular case?
I was, yes.
And so evidence was submitted to you, right?
Yes.
But how did it get to you? How did documents get to you in the FBI lab?
So the documents were sent to me from an FBI agent from the Milwaukee field office. They were sent to the laboratory, processed in another area, and eventually they made their way to me when I was assigned to work the case.
Did you get a lot of documents?
Yes, I did.
Would you consider it a lot of documents?
Yes, it was a lot of documents to examine.
And did you ultimately evaluate those documents and then issue a report?
I did.
And in particular, do you know whether the documents came to the FBI through the district attorney's office? Is that how they arrived at the FBI field office? How did that process happen?
I don't have firsthand knowledge of that. My understanding from some of the paperwork that was in with the evidence was that it came from a law enforcement agency in Wisconsin, and it was submitted to the FBI field office, and they opened a case so that the evidence could come to the laboratory to be examined there.
And so when those items came to you, did you name them, or are they identified, for example, as item 1, item 2, item 3, and so on?
Yes.
And could I have my screen? Yes. So first, I want to show you, get it to load, here we go. Exhibit 501, I'll just move down, see if you can see that sticker.
I can.
Yes, you do?
Yes.
And this appears to be a 23, what is this?
This is the laboratory report that I issued.
And it appears to be 23 pages, is that right?
Yes,
And the date of your report is January 24, 2023, is that right?
that's right.
And it looks like the report was sent to Ian Byrne, B-Y-R-N-E.
Yes, that was the special agent from the FBI who submitted the evidence to me.
Okay, so once you did your work, you sent the results to special agent in Milwaukee.
I sent it to him as well as a number of other people via email.
Did you send it to the district attorney's office, for example, Attorney Nicolai, Abby Nicolai?
Yes, I did.
And to the defense too?
Yes, I did.
And then did you make yourself available to discuss the report?
Yes, I did.
Did anyone from the district attorney's office respond to your offer to discuss the report?
No, they did not.
Overruled.
Pretty
Did you say-
relevant,
No, they
sir.
did not.
Okay, and so does this item or document,
You guys didn't
Exhibit
care what she
501,
had to say.
is that a true and accurate copy of your report in this case? Do you want me to page down a little so you can see the
Yes,
pages?
please.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure. Let me, if I'm going the right speed for you?
That's okay.
All right. Work our way to 23.
Like I said, I assume they're going to call their own expert to rebut this witness, but
Yes,
it's
this
pretty
is a true and
relevant.
accurate copy of my report.
The
you.
state didn't call
Your
her
Honor,
to
move
discuss
for
her report.
Admission at this point.
No objection.
Exhibit 501 is received.
And move to publish.
Permission granted.
Takes a minute for it to show up on the jury screen, so there's a little bit of a delay while we always wait for it to load.
I do wonder what her mom's back there doing. She's had her head down the entire time. She'd taken notes too. Are they going to write a book? I mean, I would assume her phone would have to be off during court. Although I've seen the state texting.
No, I think the TV screens are tired. There we go. Okay, great. So we're looking at your report from January 24th, is that right?
Yes,
And the subject is Jessy Rose Kurczeweski, is that right?
yes,
And the alleged victim would be Lynn Hernan.
yes, that's correct.
And you have, the discipline is question documents.
Correct.
What does that mean when you say discipline question documents?
This field is in here to delineate it from other parts of the laboratory, such as the latent print unit or the DNA unit. So we include that just in case there are multiple reports from the laboratory coming from different disciplines. They can be clear which report they're looking at.
And so you list the item numbers going down from 1 through 84, is that right?
Yes,
And so these would be items that you received through that FBI field office that you were asked to look at and compare.
all of them except for item 84, which is secondary evidence that was created in the laboratory. All of the other items I received for examination.
Through 83 then.
Yes,
And some of the items were known handwriting samples, is that right?
Yes.
So what does that mean when you have a known handwriting sample?
So these are samples of writing that are submitted to me as having been either witnessed, admitted, or in some other way verified to have been written by a specific individual.
So for example, item 46 that I see on the screen, 4 pages containing handwriting submitted as known writing of Jessy. You had some documents that were given to you that were known to be her writing.
That's correct.
And same for item 45, is that right?
Yes.
And it looks like any number of pages and items, 44 all the way down, looking up to 34, these are all known handwriting of Jessy, is that right?
Yes, there's quite a few there.
Quite a few. You also have known writing of Lynn Hernan, is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
And that would be item 9, item 10, item 11, item 12, is that right?
Item 9, there was a portion of item 10 and 11 attributed to Lynn Hernan, and then all of item 12 was Lynn's writing as well.
And item 9 were 4 greeting cards, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, this exhibit can come down for the moment.
So it doesn't
So
look
would
like
it be
they had
helpful to show
a
any
lot
of
lids,
the
but they have a
actual
ton of
items that were
Jessys.
submitted to your lab at this point, or not necessarily?
I have, not necessarily, thank you.
Okay. Did you put together a demonstrative chart to help assist the jury and the court?
I did, yes.
All right. I'm going to just show the witness, please. Exhibit 619. Is that in front of you?
Not yet.
All right.
Oh, here it is.
Does that look like a copy of the demonstrative exhibit that you put together?
Yes,
It's 34 pages, is that right?
yes,
It seems to be a PowerPoint, is that right?
that's right.
Let me page down so you can be sure that 619 is that PowerPoint. Let me know if I'm going too fast.
Yes, this is the demonstrative I prepared.
Thank you. Your Honor, move for admission.
No objection.
Exhibit 619 is received. Are you seeking permission to publish?
Asking for permission to publish.
Granted.
Now, if I put this on the screen, will you just tell me when you want to switch pages?
Yes,
I'll
thank you.
control it from this end.
Okay,
All right. So this first page, or this first slide, looks like you identified the case, is that right?
that's right.
So should I move to the next slide?
Yes, please.
So can you explain what these terms mean here?
So I prepared this visual to help explain the specific conclusion language that I use as part of my reports and that I'll refer to throughout my testimony today. This is the Department of Justice Forensic Handwriting Conclusion Scale. So the FBI is one of the entities within the Department of Justice, so we're required to utilize the language that they have approved. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to introduce this language to the court.
I'd like you to explain it.
Sure.
It's a good time to explain it, going, I think, wherever you want to start, but
Okay.
explain what the terms mean.
Yes, so as I mentioned, a forensic handwriting examination is focused on trying to identify or eliminate a writer. So on the far left and right, you'll see the language that we use for those conclusions. On the left-hand side, in the red colored box, the language I use for eliminating somebody is called a source exclusion. And then on the other hand, the far right-hand side, to identify an individual writer, we call that a source identification, just to be clear on the language. Right in the middle, the gray box that you see is an inconclusive. There are times, given limitations with the evidence that we receive, that I am not able to give a conclusion of identification, or source exclusion because of a number of things, a lack of comparability, limitations with the quality of the evidence I received, and numerous others. So I can provide a conclusion of inconclusive. But in between inconclusive and a source identification, for example, is what we call a qualified opinion. So the language that I use in this instance is called a support for common source. There's some evidence to suggest that this may have been the writer, but there are limitations that I cannot reach a source identification. Similarly, if I have a conclusion of support for different sources, that's a qualified opinion saying there's evidence to suggest this may not be the same writer, but there are limitations where I cannot exclude them. So this is the chart, the pictorial representation I'll use to refer to my conclusions going forward.
Okay, so when we're looking to the right, that is leaning towards looking at a piece of writing and saying that it could be written by that person. And if you're looking towards the left, it's leaning more towards probably not written by the person.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, so I've just moved ahead to the next slide. It says example of question check. Can you explain what this is all about?
This is one of the images that I received of the question checks that were submitted for examination. I wanted to use this just as an example to walk you through the handwriting examination that I did. This check was identified as item 49, and I placed the red box on this picture to draw your attention to the portion of the writing that I would like to go through and describe how I did my handwriting comparison. Next slide, please. So the format of this slide is very similar to what you'll see going forward. On the top portion of the slide, you'll see labeled there, item 49, questioned writing. So this is a portion of writing that was in dispute. And I'm going to keep this portion of the writing the same throughout the next few slides. On the bottom, we're going to start by looking at samples of writing from Lynn Hernan. I'm using,
When you say that, you mean known writing.
yes, the
Okay.
bottom portion is known writing from Lynn Hernan in this case. I'm also using red arrows throughout to refer to my comparison with Lynn because there are other people that I'll compare with. So I'm just trying to keep things simple with colors. So on this slide, just beginning through that process, as I mentioned, I'm looking for class characteristics and distinguishing characteristics. First, in the questioned writing. So on the top part, in the questioned writing in the name Jessy, the red arrow pointing to the formation of that letter J. That formation was interesting to me, the way it was formed, and I wanted to see if the known writing of Lynn had similarly formed J formations. So you'll see on the bottom part of the slide in the word just, another red arrow indicating that I did in fact find a similar formation in Lynn's writing. So this is consistent, or what I would call a similarity between the questioned writing and Lynn's known writing. Next slide, please. So moving on into the name Jessy, again in the questioned writing, the formation of the Y in that name drew my attention. The formation of that is deviating quite a bit from the way that we learn to write. And so again, I'm looking for that specific distinguishing characteristic in Lynn's handwriting. Now in the bottom portion of the slide, in the last line, in Lynn's known writing, in the word you, I found a similarly shaped Y formation as well. So again, I noted this was a similarity in the handwriting characteristics. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now in the question document at the top, the lowercase k, almost all the way to the end of the last name there, the formation of that lowercase k drew my attention. It's quite skilled and ornate. The way that it's formed, again, is somewhat deviating from the way that we're normally taught to write the K formations. And when I examined Lynn's known writing, I found a similarly shaped K in the word no in that last line of the known writing that's depicted here. And again, noted that was a similarity with Lynn's known writing. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now again, referring to the questioned writing at the top in that second line, the D in the word dollars, the way that that is formed, as well as the slant of that letter, deviated again from the way that we're taught to write. Notice, especially on the bottom portion of that D, where the circular part and the portion of the line that comes down towards the baseline, there's quite a bit of separation. The formation, the slant, and that particular deviation of the retrace towards the baseline is similar in a sample of Lynn's known writing, as I have depicted here on the bottom in the word day.
We'll move to the next slide.
Yes.
Now you've got a lot of arrows.
So in addition to just the formations of the characters or the slants, as I previously mentioned, another thing that a forensic document examiner looks for is breaks or spaces in writing. So if you're writing cursive, you are normally taught to write cursive writing where all the letters are connected. Whereas in hand printing, you don't connect the letters. So depending on if we're looking at hand printing or cursive, breaks or connections are significant. In this case, in the questioned writing, in the last name, Kurczeweski, and also in the word thousand, you'll see there are what I believe to be cursive formations, but there are breaks between those letters. So examining Lynn's known writing, I put a red box around a couple of words on the bottom, computer knowledge. If you go to the next slide, they'll actually be a little bigger.
Okay, you put the line around computer knowledge?
And if you go to the next slide, I've just enhanced the size of those two words there. And I'm pointing on the bottom part to similar breaks and spaces in that known writing. So this is kind of interesting. I thought that those characters looked mostly cursive, but they are broken and not connected from what I can see. And similarly in Lynn's known writing, she tends to do that same type of characteristic as well. Next slide, please. So considering those characteristics that I demonstrated as well as others, my opinion is that Lynn Hernan may have prepared the questioned writing on item 49, and so my opinion was a support for common source for Lynn for that writing. So there are, as I said, limitations, and I'm not able to identify her as the writer. And in this case, the limitation primarily was that these checks were low resolution images. So the ability to see details about how the letters are formed or connected sometimes is limited. I also didn't have a lot of writing from Lynn before, and so those are the main limitations why I wasn't able to identify her as the writer. But in light of that, I still felt there was a prevalence of similarities to support that she may have been the writer.
That Lynn may have been the writer for that check?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
If you go to the next slide.
Is this the same check?
So this is the same check, and now you'll notice that the arrows are blue. In this case, the writing that you see on the bottom is the known writing that was provided to me from Jessy Kurczeweski. These are just small portions of the writing. I had a lot of writing, as you might have noticed from the report that we showed earlier. So I just tried to crop portions that were most comparable to what we're looking at here.
So just to be clear, first we were going through this and you were comparing that check with Lynn.
That's right.
And now you're comparing that same check with Jessy's writing.
That's correct.
Okay. Should I turn to the next page?
I'd just like to describe this,
Yes, please.
if that's okay.
No, I
So
don't
the
want you
same
to.
J formation that we looked at with the questioned writing at the top, I examined the known writing that was provided to me from Jessy, and as hopefully you can see here, I gave a number of examples of her writing, and the arrows with the circles on them are indicating inconsistencies. So that J formation in the questioned writing is inconsistent with the samples of writing that I had in that J formation in particular. Next slide, please. So then looking at the K in the questioned writing, the capital K in this case of Kurczeweski, I evaluated that characteristic, that formation. I thought was interesting because of the proportions of it. The top part is quite a bit larger than the bottom part. You can see a loop in the middle of the K and a little bit of difference in how long the first stroke is compared to the ending stroke in that questioned K. And I looked in the samples of writing that I had from Jessy Kurczeweski, and I did find a couple of Ks that I thought looked somewhat similar, and so I noted those with the arrows without the circles on them. So those were similar between the question and the known writing.
Okay.
Next
I'll
slide.
move to the next slide. What
So, so here I'm pointing to the E in the questioned writing in the last name Kurczeweski. This E formation strikes me as more of a cursive formation that I would expect from the way that we're taught to write cursive, and reviewing the samples of writing that were provided to me by Jessy, looking for similar shape and execution of that E, I was not able to find one that was not only disconnected but also shaped the same way. And so this was an inconsistency between the question writing and Jessy's writing. Next slide. So the lowercase k in the questioned writing, again, we looked at that earlier. Again, let's take a look at the examples of the lowercase k's from Jessy's writing, and I felt that those were inconsistent. The formations of those are not the same. And I pointed out a couple examples of that.
Okay.
Okay, next slide. And then moving on to the second line of writing in the question document, the cursive T at the beginning of the word to in the questioned writing. The majority of the writing I had from Jessy had formation of a T that looked more like a printed T, but this was one of the examples that I found where the formations of those are inconsistent.
Next slide.
Okay.
So what was your conclusion on as that check relates to whether Jessy wrote the check?
So, taking into account those characteristics I did demonstrate as well as others, my opinion was a limited support for different sources that Jessy may not have prepared that questioned writing. Again, a limitation that I mentioned earlier with Lynn, those checks are not original and they're low resolution. So there is some detail that I would have liked to have seen that I was not able to. So that was the main limitation there. I did have some characteristics that I found in common, as I mentioned one in particular with Jessy, but there was a prevalence of inconsistencies between the questioned and Jessy's known writing. So that's why I issued a report of limited support for different sources.
It's too bad she can't stay
We're
definitively.
about halfway through the PowerPoint, so I know I can see that we won't finish it tonight, I'm not sure. It is a good breaking point in the sense that she finished the two comparisons, but we can keep going, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just letting you know.
How much longer do you think you have?
Well, we just finished halfway, so just on this PowerPoint, 40 minutes, 45.
Which means
Right, it's
an
already
hour.
4:30, and I don't typically keep the jury past 5, even if we stayed late, and then there wouldn't get to cross in any event. So I think now would be as good of a breaking point as any. My apologies to you. We won't be able to finish your testimony today.
Okay.
What I'll do is you can just stay seated, Madam Clerk. You can turn off the publication. I have to give an instruction to the jury.
All right, so she's just going to read the instruction like she always does every day. We should all have it memorized by now. Well, you shouldn't, because I don't torture you and make you listen to it. Just means don't talk to anybody. Don't look at anything. And then we can get to today's. She's back up on the stand. I'll start this and then, oops, I won't do that yet. I have to share the screen. That's me. There we go. All right, so I'll hit play as soon as they start talking so I can boost the sound. Then we should be back to normal.
Excellent. Those ones in the back. Thank you, everyone. You may be seated if you want to remain standing. Madam Clerk will swear you in for day 2.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. And I just would ask for the record again if you would state your first and last name.
Yes, my name is Linda Eisenhart.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Kugler, when you're ready.
Good morning. I'm waiting for the screens to pop up here so we can start today. Good morning, Ms.
Good morning.
Eisenhart. We'll start where we left off yesterday, if that's okay.
Okay.
Now, wait, I'm just going to wait for the jury screens to come on.
Okay.
Okay, so we left off here, slide 16 yesterday, and as I recall, just to reorientate ourselves, you were comparing a check of Lynn Hernan's to her known handwriting and to Jessy's known handwriting.
Yes, that's correct.
And we left off with, after you compared it to Jessy's, there's support that Jessy didn't write that check.
Correct. My conclusion was a limited support for different sources for Jessy for the handwritten portion of that check.
Okay, so should we move on to the next slide and start with your next points you want to make?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So here is the next slide, which we're starting with slide 17 this morning. Can you explain to the jury what you're trying to show here?
Yes, so this slide is transitioning to a third writer that I was asked to compare. That is Jennifer Flower. So you'll see her known writing on the bottom portion of the slide. And also to draw your attention to this being a third writer, I'm using a green color. And so this is the same portion of the question check at the top. And again, I'll walk you through some of the observations that I made during that handwriting comparison. So starting with the J, the capital J in the question document in the word Jessy. Again, that same formation I had highlighted for the other writers, examining the known writing provided to me. That was Jennifer Flower's known writing. I had a couple of examples of her cursive J formations, and those were inconsistent with the questioned writing. Next slide, please.
Oops, here we go.
I hope she gets to the point
And
where
moving
she
on
can
in the
say
question document
definitively
to the Y
one
in
yes or
Jessy.
one no instead of may
Again,
or may
this
not.
formation we talked
That
about a little
leaves
bit yesterday.
Too much open.
That characteristic was observed in the question writing to be somewhat different than you would expect in the way that you're taught to write. And so I evaluated the known writing I had from Jennifer Flower, and I included a couple examples of the cursive Y in her known writing on the bottom, notated by those green arrows with the circles, and those were inconsistent with the question writing. Next slide, please.
Yes.
In the question writing, in the last name Kurczeweski, the capital R formation here. So this was a characteristic that I noted, the capital R in the middle of the name, and the formation of that in particular, I was able to find an R formation in Jennifer's handwriting that I did think was formed in a similar way. So this was a similarity between the question and Jennifer's known writing. And the lowercase k that we talked about a little bit yesterday as well in the question writing, this is the k all the way on the right-hand side. The lowercase k examples I had from Jennifer were inconsistent in their formation compared to that k in the question writing.
So when you put those arrows by a letter, and if you draw a little circle at the end of the arrow, that means it doesn't match.
It's inconsistent. That's what the circle means on the
Okay.
arrow. Yes, thank you. Now moving on to the second line of the question writing, the cursive T in the word to. I didn't have a lot of examples of a capital cursive T of Jennifer. This was one of the few that I had on the bottom that you'll see the arrow pointing to. So again, that characteristic was inconsistent between the questioned writing and Jennifer's known writing as well. And so,
A conclusion?
yes, I did. Those characteristics that I demonstrated, as well as numerous others, led me to the conclusion of support for different sources for Jennifer Flower for that item 49 handwritten check.
So meaning that there's support that someone else other than Jennifer Flower wrote that check.
My conclusion is specific to Jennifer, just saying there's support for different sources. She may not have prepared the handwriting on that check.
Okay.
I hate those answers. They just are
What's
too
this-
open-ended.
Is this the same check?
This is the same check. Now I added the red box around the signature. I examined the body of the check separate from the signature. So now I'm going to go through and demonstrate a handwriting comparison I did with Lynn Hernan's handwriting as well as Jessy Kurczeweski's handwriting for the signature. I just wanted to note I did not have samples of Jennifer Flower writing a signature of Lynn Hernan, so I was not able to perform a comparison with her for the signature in particular.
So you compared it to Jessy's.
To Jessy's and to Lynn's
And to Lynn.
handwriting as well.
So first we looked at who wrote the name Jessy Kurczeweski at the top. Now we're going to look at who signed the check.
Correct.
Okay. Should I move to the next slide?
Yes, please. So again, on the top, you see the signature. This is the questioned writing that I will keep consistent as I walk through the different writers and the characteristics I observed. Starting out with the capital letter L in the questioned writing, that formation of the L as well as the slant of the L, I was able to find in examples of Lynn Hernan's known writing, which is depicted on the bottom portion of the slide. And so those L's were considered similar in my analysis.
And that's why on those arrows there's no circle at the end?
That's correct.
Because when they seem to be the same, or that you just put just an arrow without the circle.
That's correct. That's what I use for my notations.
Okay.
Yes.
Here's the next slide.
Thank you. So the Y in the name Lynn, this formation of the Y is interesting to me because of a number of reasons. The shape of what we call the bowl, so as you might imagine in a cursive Y, the top portion of that looks like a U normally. This questioned signature, instead of it being well balanced on the left and the right, it appears to be shaped a little bit more like a C formation. And then the area where it descends below the baseline is elongated with a loop. So I looked for that characteristic in Lynn Hernan's known writing in the samples that I had as depicted below on the slide. And as the red arrow indicates on the bottom right-hand corner, I was able to find that same formation of the letter Y in Lynn's known writing. So those were similar. Moving on to the last name in the questioned signature, the formation of the capital H. There's some interesting detail in the way that this is formed. The H is a little bit shorter than the capital L, the slant of the vertical lines, and then, of course, the connection from the right vertical line to the left is a V shape, and then a curved and garland sort of style connection into the cursive letter E. So examining Lynn's known writing, I was able to find that in a couple of her known signatures that were provided, and so I provided a red arrow on the bottom indicating an area where I found a similarity with her known writing as well.
You looked at the H because you found the H interesting, is that what you said?
Yes. Next slide, thank you. So as I alluded to yesterday, not only are formations important, but also breaks in the writing, especially when I'm examining cursive writing. So in the questioned document, the lowercase n in the last name Hernan, you'll see that n is not connected to the A after it, and I looked in the known writing and was able to find a similar break after the n where it was disconnected from the A. So these breaks are also significant characteristics, and those were similar between the question writing and Lynn's known writing.
What is that little stair all about?
So this is a marking that I use to indicate a baseline characteristic. The A in the questioned writing is quite a bit higher compared to the bottom of the N. And this is something that individuals do somewhat subconsciously. They're not really thinking about it. And so I wanted to see if I could find that same characteristic in Lynn's known writing. And I was able to find that, again, in the signature depicted on the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see with the similarity arrow. So that baseline characteristic was similar between the question writing and Lynn's known writing.
So after looking at all those letters and comparing them, did you reach a conclusion?
I did.
And what's that?
So my opinion, considering those characteristics as well as others, was that Lynn may have prepared that signature, and it's a support for common source opinion. I do have to note one limitation in particular, because as I stated, these checks are low resolution and they're not original. I was not able to evaluate the possibility of simulation or tracing, and that is something that if I had the original, I would have been able to do. So that's an important thing to note in this conclusion.
And like we talked about yesterday, I think you said that if you had had more known writing samples in general of Lynn, it would have been more helpful.
It would have, but in this particular instance with the signature, I think the most important thing is having the original document to be able to look at the three-dimensional aspects of the signature.
And you were given photocopies, is that right?
Yes, all the checks were non-original documents. They were images, I think, that were printed out.
Okay. And those came from your FBI field office, is that right?
That's correct,
All right.
yes.
I don't even know
Now,
if you can
here's
get an
the
actual
next
copy
slide
of a check
between now and
anymore
slide
from a
30.
bank. They used
What
to
are we
mail them
doing
back
here?
to you long
So
time
in
ago.
this slide, I begin the comparison with that same signature on the question check, now with the known writing provided to me by, or known to have been attributed to Jessy Kurczeweski. So on this slide, beginning again with that capital L formation in the question signature, looking for that formation as well as the slant. And in the known writing that I had from Jessy, I was not able to find the same formation or the slant. And so this was an inconsistency between the question writing and Jessy's known writing.
That's why it's got the little circle at the top of the arrow?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Here's the next slide.
That same Y that I pointed out in the questioned writing, again, I was looking for that formation in Jessy's known writing. I depicted a few examples of her of Jessy writing Lynn Hernan's signature, and I was not able to find that same formation of the Y in the question writing, and so those were inconsistent.
Next slide.
The capital H in the question writing, again, this formation with the details that I had previously described, I was looking for that same formation in Jessy Kurczeweski's known writing, and I was not able to find that same formation. I put an arrow on the signature below that I think came the closest, but that was still inconsistent in the
I wonder if these are all the
execution
writings
detail
the
of that H.
jailhouse snitch was
Yeah, that
talking
note has a
about,
circle.
where she just
Yes.
had to write line after line after line, because it looks like it's just Lynn Hernan, Lynn Hernan, Lynn Hernan, Lynn Hernan.
You've got the stairs again.
Yes, and I apologize. There's a arrow that was held over from the previous slide, so if you could just ignore that for this slide, please.
won't.
I did want to draw your attention again to that baseline characteristic in the question document where the N in Hernan is much lower and the A is much higher in the question document. And so I examined the known writing to see if I could find an example of that baseline characteristic in Jessy's known writing. I was not able to find it, and I pointed out an area here just as a demonstration where it was inconsistent.
Did you reach a conclusion then as to the comparison between that check signature and Jessy Kurczeweski's known writing?
Yes, I did.
And your conclusion is?
So my conclusion was a limited support for different sources, and that was that Jessy may not have prepared that question signature.
Okay, is that the end of the PowerPoint?
I believe so,
Yeah,
yes.
so we'll take this down, Madam Clerk. Thank you. So you also did prepare a report in the case, and we introduced that yesterday, right?
Yes,
And you made conclusions about, did you make conclusions about all of the checks that were submitted to you?
yes, I did.
And do you, on the checks that were submitted to you, I think we established yesterday, they were items 47 through 64. Does that sound right?
Would it be okay if I refer to my notes or see a copy of the report just to?
And actually, I've got the
Sure.
number wrong. You can, but it's 47 through 83. Could I show that to you?
Go ahead. Thank you. Yes, the checks were items 47 through 83. That's correct. Thank you.
So over 30 checks. By my math, anyway. Over 30 checks.
Yes.
And when it came to the checks, your conclusions were either that there was support for different sources as it relates to Jessy Kurczeweski, or you had some inconclusives.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
I'm sorry, could
Is
you
that
repeat
fair?
the question?
I'm trying to get you to get us a conclusion on the checks. As we deal with the checks, would you agree that you have observed, your conclusion on the checks was that they were likely not prepared by Jessy, or you may have been inconclusive on a few?
Yes, that's fair to say.
And as it relates to Lynn Hernan and the checks, do you have a general opinion that you can offer on those, on that comparison?
Yes, with the majority of the checks, with the handwritten portion, not including the signature, my conclusion was support for common source. There was at least one check that I was inconclusive on. There were some issues with the check. It looks like perhaps the image had been distorted. And with the signatures, with respect to Lynn, there were 2 of the 30-plus signatures that I gave a support for common source on, and the remaining were inconclusive with regard to whether Lynn wrote the signatures on the checks.
And then did you compare a handwritten letter from Lynn to Jessy? Was that one of the items that you compared? If you recall?
I'm sorry, I don't recall specifically. There were a lot of documents that I examined.
Can't
Well, when it came to item, let's go through them. We have item 20, which is a page that started with, and maybe it would be easier if I just pull it up on the computer.
Yes,
so we
thank
can
you.
take a
That would be
look at it.
helpful.
Let me do that. Okay, could I have a screen share on, please, for the witness?
Go ahead.
Is this one of the documents that you reviewed? Oh, it's not up yet, okay.
Your computer's up, but
Can imagine we're having technical difficulties.
Word is typed
It's
in.
new.
Look at that.
Might have to duplicate again. That was the issue yesterday.
Let me just see here. Maybe I'll just duplicate. That should help. Here we go. It should be over there now.
It is.
Yes,
Let me
thank you.
close the side.
Like how the judge tells her to do something. She's like, maybe I'll just do that.
This is what I.
Like it's her own idea.
See, you have marked as, this was Exhibit 522 and is item 20, I believe. Do you agree?
Yes.
And this particular, this is one document that you reviewed and analyzed.
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, move for admission of item, or Exhibit 522, please.
No objection.
Exhibit 522 is received. And,
Ask to publish.
and permission to publish granted.
Okay, we're looking at Exhibit 522. Do you recall what your conclusion was as to whether Lynn Hernan, using your scale, may have, is it your conclusion that Lynn Hernan did prepare this or did not prepare this particular exhibit?
Your Honor, would it be okay if I refer to a copy of my report, just to be accurate?
I don't have an issue. Any objection from the state?
No.
Okay, your report has been received already, I believe, as Exhibit 501.
With you, or do you need?
I do have a copy of it.
Why don't we utilize the copy in our box? I know that that has, and then you can confirm that it's the same thing, but that's what's been received.
Thank you.
Find it.
Otherwise, I haven't written on mine. And we can swap out. I haven't used mine, if you want to use mine, and then I'll take the one in the box later. I have not made any notes on it yet. All right, so the witness is being handed Exhibit 501.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to see some of these notes. I want to see what Jesse's writing. I want to see what the judge is writing. Really, those are the only two.
Okay. Now that we have the
Anybody
exhibit
else?
before you, what did you conclude about this particular document as to whether Lynn prepared it?
So my conclusion with regard to this item for Lynn's comparison, or excuse me, the comparison with Lynn was a support for common source for item 20, including the Lynn Hernan signature and the handwritten text, but excluding the 14 January 2016 entry written in blue ink.
So the date.
Yes, the bottom portion of the exhibit that's depicted here. There's actually 14 January 2016, but the copy that I had was in color and the bottom entry was written in blue ink, so I specified that portion.
So the first one looks like Lynn's writing, but the second one does not. I think that's probably Jennifer Flower, though.
And I'll show you what is item 21 in your list of items and is marked. Could we bring this down while I bring up another exhibit, which will be Exhibit 523, item 21. There, it's up. Is this, I'm going to show you an exhibit sticker 523. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And this is item 21 in your list of items reviewed. Can you just take a look and see if this is that item? I'm scrolling down so you can see the 6 pages. There we go.
Yes, I am familiar with this item.
And you evaluated this item.
I did, yes.
Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 523.
No objection.
Exhibit 523 is received. Permission to publish granted.
Thank you.
What was it? Okay.
The jury's seen this document before, but let's wait for a minute while it comes up on their screens. All right, that's up on the screen. So you you compared this document to known handwriting of Lynn Hernan, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And your conclusion as it relates to this document, as it relates to Lynn Hernan, is what?
For item 21, my opinion was a support for common sources for Lynn, including the questioned handwritten text and the Lynn Hernan signatures. There was some portion of writing on these documents that was not in question, particularly the notary signature, so that was not included in my
We've
exam.
already heard from the notary who has agreed that she notarized this particular document and that that was her signature, so would be not expected to match Lynn Hernan's, right?
I did not examine it.
All right.
It's kind of weird she had her obituary notarized.
This document can come down. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, just in general, is a person's writing affected by things like, I don't know, like whether they're under the influence of drugs or alcohol, for example?
Yes, there are a number of factors that can influence people's handwriting. Drugs and alcohol, as you mentioned, the environment in which they're writing, maybe in a car, on the surface that they're writing, emotion, as well as purposeful intent in changing their handwriting. So there are a number of internal and external factors that can affect people's handwriting, yes.
So does somebody's handwriting, is it different if you're sitting upright, for example, in a chair, versus, just as an example, laying back in a hospital bed, for example, and writing? Might your handwriting vary?
There could be effects on the handwriting. I would certainly expect that there would be probably less control of your hand and your arm as you're laying back, but there would be limits to the effects that it would have on your handwriting.
How does a person's mental state affect their handwriting? Did you mention mental state? I'm not sure.
I don't recall if I did, but that could affect their handwriting, yes.
Okay, I'd like to share the screen with the witness.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, never mind. I don't want to bring this one up quite yet, actually. Just looking for a different one. Did you look at the cards that were submitted that are happy birthday cards? And they say things at the top like Karini or happy birthday Karine, or Karini, spelled out different ways. Were these the items, item 9, these cards, were these what you consider to be known writing samples of Lynn Hernan?
Yes, that's right.
And item 9, which seems to consist of, I'll show item 9 on the screen. Can you see this on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And this is Exhibit 511. Do you see that sticker?
I do.
And I just want to go down, it looks like 4 pages to me. I'll scroll just to see if these are the 4 pages. Is that right?
Yes.
So that's what you have called item 9, what we're introducing as Exhibit 511. Did you use these documents as your known writing sample for Lynn Hernan?
Yes, these were part of the known writing sample I had for Lynn.
So move for admission of 511, Your Honor.
No objection.
511 is received. We did see this exhibit previously.
I agree, but
I just want to let the jury know what number that was. I believe it's 49, State's Exhibit 49. Will be the same as 511.
Thank you. And we have it separate, as a separate exhibit because these were documents that you received. I want to clarify what you received, okay? So did you So these cards were given to you and told that these are known writing samples of Lynn Hernan.
That's correct.
Now, would it have been helpful if you could have had more cards, more letters from Lynn?
Yes, it would have been.
That can come down. I don't need to be showing anybody anything on the screen right now. Thank you.
Kind of surprised they're letting the what I perceive as the youngest district
Wanted to
attorney
show
do
you-
cross
actually, I do
on
wanna
this.
show you
Seems
another
kind of
exhibit.
important.
I would like to show you item 64. I'm just going to scroll through these checks. Here we go. Can you see item 64 on your screen, Ms. Eisenhardt?
Yes, I can.
This is one of the items that you evaluated, right?
Yes, it is.
Asked to have this as an exhibit number, Your Honor. It's 524. Do you, Ms. Eisenhardt, see the exhibit 524?
I do.
Move for admission of 524.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 524 is received and permission to publish granted if needed. Do you know what item number?
64, and I'd like to publish.
Go ahead.
Okay, it's up. Item 64, what was your conclusion on this check as to whether or not Lynn wrote this check?
The handwriting in the who it was to, pay to the order of, so not including the signature. My conclusion was a support for common source for Lynn.
And I just see on this check that she wrote Jesse's name incorrectly. And this is for a Walker at Walgreens, it looks like in the subject line, true?
Yes,
And you evaluated all of these checks, 61, 62, 63?
yes, I did.
City of Pewaukee, for example, Jessy Kurczeweski, is that right?
Yes,
And checks, for example, in Phase, Jessy, City of Pewaukee Precision Service Consultants. You were given all of these checks to evaluate, is that true?
yes,
Anthony Poza check for 200, Electric, Phase Electric, more City of Pewaukee, is that right?
yes,
And so all of the checks here in this case, these can come down, you evaluated.
yes, I did.
She went by those so fast I can't tell if those are the ones they're saying Jessy wrote herself.
And one of the items that came from your lab is called evidence check-in notes. What is that all about?
That's a document that we create in the laboratory when we first open up the packaging and start to inventory the items that are submitted to us for examination. We, as we've discussed, apply an item number, and the check-in notes have additional descriptions of those items so that we can correctly identify them.
And that has been marked as Exhibit 502. Let me bring that up for you. Do you see the sticker of 502?
I do.
This seems to be 10 pages. Should I page down really quick so you can make sure it's yours?
Yes, please.
All right. Is that your evidence, FBI laboratory evidence check-in notes?
Yes,
And so this will list everything that you received in this case.
that's correct.
Move for admission of 502, Your Honor.
No objection.
No need to publish.
Exhibit 502 is received.
And you said, I think, that after you completed your review of this case that somebody else at the FBI also reviewed the case?
That's right.
They review it independently of you, or do they just look at over what you did?
So in this scenario with this case, I gave all of my paperwork, but whether that be digital or physical, notes, including what the request was, my notations, and my report to another examiner. So they were aware of what my findings were as they were doing that verification.
And then they verify. Well, did they verify that, did they agree with your conclusions?
Yes, they did.
If they didn't agree with your conclusions, what would happen?
We would have some conversation about why, usually a discussion to detail if they thought I had overlooked something or if I had perhaps weighed something in a way that they were in disagreement with. And so that process is not unusual. We go through that on every case. And if there are disagreements in details or if I've left things out, then I'll go back into my notes and make either additions or changes, being sure that any of those are transparent. So for example, any changes that I make would be a strike through one single line so that you could read what was originally there and just be clear on what I was clarifying, changing, or adding as well.
Would it be fair to say that if more known handwriting was discovered during the case, that could be collected and sent to you and a request made to do a further evaluation?
Yes, that can be done and often is.
It is often done,
Yes.
but it didn't happen here. Is that true?
No, it did not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could pull up Defense Exhibit 628, please, or 619, I apologize. And going to slide 10.
You want to publish everything?
No, just for the witness, thank you.
All right.
Ms. Eisenhart, there's a note on the very bottom of this slide that talks about the degree of support for same source may range from limited to strong. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so there's later opinions given in your, in this PowerPoint on page 16, for example, if we could flip to that, where it talks about limited support for different sources. So that's on one end of the spectrum compared to strong, correct?
Correct.
So in what sense is limited mean in this context? So does that mean that it's weaker support for different sources, or how does that work?
Yes, it does in fact mean, in this case, if I apply a limited for this opinion, which was support for different sources, it is weaker in that qualitative range compared to no qualifier or a strong qualifier.
So in this case, on Exhibit 16, if you were to put strong support for different sources, is that actually closer to source exclusion?
Yes.
Okay. I want to move on to page 29 of that same exhibit. There's the caveat that you talked about earlier of the possibility of simulation and or tracing. Do you remember that?
I do.
So in terms of checks, is it common for checks to have a checkbook, right?
Yes.
And under that checkbook, there's usually a second page of that check where it kind of gives the person who's writing that check some verification that they wrote that check for future reference, correct?
Object to speculation.
Sustained as the foundation.
Okay. Are you aware that when someone's writing a check in most checkbooks, there's actually essentially two checks that are associated with the same check?
Are you referring to a carbon copy, for example?
You summarized that much better than I did, so thank you. Yes, I'm referring to the carbon copy. Are you aware of that process?
I have seen those before, yes.
Okay. So, in theory, could somebody simulate or trace based off that carbon copy?
Yes, the carbon copy would have examples of the signatures prior if they had access to them, and that could be a model used for tracing.
Okay. So if someone had access to somebody's checkbook, they could look back at that carbon copy and look at that and potentially trace it, correct?
That would be one way they could trace it, yes.
And in this case, you were not able to determine if there was any tracing or simulation done.
That isn't in evidence anywhere. And I don't know that it's more common or less common to have that carbon copy there or not. But nobody has said there's a carbon copy of Lynn's checks anywhere. So I don't know if they're just grasping at stuff here or what's happening, or if they're going to put it in with their rebuttal witness. But it seems like we would have seen that. And they would have already suggested it and not just bring it up now of, oh, well, okay, where is it? Show me the carbon copy in her checkbook. Oh, you don't have it? Is that because you didn't process this as a crime? Because you guys messed up. But this is not an evidence in anywhere that I can remember or think of. If I'm wrong, let me know. But I don't remember this ever being mentioned, and I don't like it. I don't know if that the defense attorney could have even objected and said, there's no evidence of been presented of this. Not when they went through all that financial stuff, did they mention one time that her checkbook had carbon copies in it. Oh, and also, that little defense attorney, he can grow his, like, yesterday was clean shaven. Or not yesterday, 2 days ago, I guess. He must shave like once a week. Because got that little 5 o'clock shadow going again. Not as well as he did last week, but it's still in there. All right, thank you, Carmen. She can't remember it either. So maybe I'm not completely crazy, but it seems underhanded and dirty to me that they would bring that up. Like I said, I don't know if the defense could have objected or not. I don't know if they could. I don't know what their basis would have been, but obviously they didn't. So I don't know. I mean, because if it was me, I hate, and most of you guys are young enough, you don't write checks. I hate carbon copies on my checks. When I had my own checkbook, I never had it. I don't think my husband and I have ever had one that has that because they're a pain in the butt. Like my dad has one, but that may have been because my mom had it and he just never changed it. Or he could have changed it because my mom always did all the bills. And then when he had to take over for her, he maybe needed some help remembering what he had done because he hadn't had to deal with the bills for a long time and she just couldn't do it anymore. But I don't know. There's something about this little defense attorney or state's attorney that he's probably super, super nice, but he just hits me wrong.
Because of the nature of the actual question items, correct?
That's correct. Since they were not original, I was not able to evaluate that possibility.
Okay. If we could go to page 30 of that same exhibit, please. Now, if we could publish this actually to the jury, please.
Lisa Simpson up there, she's looked a little annoyed.
Thank you. On the top of page 30, we see item 49, question signature, correct?
Correct.
And then on the bottom left, we see Jessy Kurczeweski known writing, correct?
That's right.
And that's actually from item 26.
Yes.
Is item 26 a document that contains multiple signatures of Jessy Kurczeweski writing out Lynn Hernan's signature?
Yep. Yes, that's correct.
So if somebody was around somebody for multiple years and had access to their checkbook and was able to look at their previous signatures, would it be possible to change your signature when asked to provide a known handwriting here?
Object to speculation.
Overrule, he's asking her an opinion based upon her training and experience. She may answer.
Yes, so one of the things that we do note as a limitation with what we call dictated writing, that's the term that I use for describing writing that's collected as part of the investigation. Usually it's witnessed. That's what item 26 included, was signatures from Jessy that were witnessed for this investigation. There is a possibility that one could purposefully change their handwriting style. And that is actually why it's really helpful for us to have the other type of known writing that I mentioned yesterday, normal course of business writing. So letters, greeting cards, checks, job applications, so that we can evaluate if the known writing that was witnessed and collected for the investigation is or is not consistent with that person's normal writing. So that is a concern, and having both of those types of known writing helps me to assess the possibility that they might be altering their handwriting.
So is it fair to say then if someone's purposely changing the signature or handwriting, it's very hard to actually compare the two, correct?
I could compare it. If I only had signatures or writing that was collected as witnessed as part of the investigation, that would be something I would be concerned with, a possible limitation. And I would ask the investigators to provide examples of that person's writing outside of the investigation to get a better sense of whether they're giving their true and natural writing style.
In this case, there's been previous, I believe, video or testimony that Ms. Kurczeweski actually admitted to writing out some of these checks that were evaluated. Would that impact your analysis for comparing her written text or signature in this case?
No, it wouldn't. However, additional known writing would be welcome if that was something that the investigators were interested in. I have to make my conclusions based on the evidence in front of me, and verbal information about that doesn't really give me anything to compare.
And you guys didn't get that many samples of Lynn's
Looking at
writing.
your lab report under the Jessy Kurczeweski section, it talks about how your conclusion was ultimately there's support for different sources for the handwritten text and signatures from checks 47 to 56 and 58 to 83, correct?
Yes, that's right, and including the numerals and the signatures.
Okay. Would that opinion change given the information I just talked to you about, that she admitted to writing some of these texts?
So my opinion is only based on the comparison that I did. If she admitted to doing that, that's separate evidence from my handwriting comparison.
Would that seem to call into question your conclusion if she admitted to it, but you are having an opinion that there's support for different sources, though?
Object. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so if she admitted to writing these checks at times,
Okay.
would that call into question your conclusion of support for different sources for Ms. Kurczeweski?
Just to clarify, are you saying that she admitted to writing some of these checks that I examined?
Correct.
Okay.
States the evidence. It's not what the evidence supports at all.
Your Honor, she admitted to
It's,
writing.
I'll take it as a hypothetical, so, which she can answer. She can assume for the jury later on to determine if the hypothetical is based in facts established on the record.
So, I mean, it would certainly give me pause, given that I gave a limited support for different sources. As I mentioned, there are some limitations to my examination. Perhaps some additional known writing from Ms. Kurczeweski that would demonstrate some of the characteristics I was not able to find in her known writing. Perhaps also having the original question signature could elicit some more information. However, with the evidence that I was given, I do stand by my conclusion that I gave.
Okay, that's fair.
Good for
I
you,
wanna
FBI
walk us through
agent.
some of the items that you were provided here as well. And I want to start with the same sort of checks. So your conclusion for Lynn Hernan's signature on checks 47, 48, 50 through 66, and 68 through 83 were inconclusive, correct?
Could you repeat those numbers, please?
Absolutely. 47 through 48, 50 through 66, and 68 through 83. All of those question signatures, you came back with the opinion that it was inconclusive for Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to direct your attention now to, it's actually been marked as Defense Exhibit 503. That's item 1 in this case. If we could just publish that to the witness, please. And I'll just have you scroll through this, please. Thank you. Ms. Eisenhardt, do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
And is this item 1 in the set of documents that you analyzed?
It is.
Your Honor, move Exhibit 503 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Exhibit 501 is received. Permission to publish granted.
It's actually 503, Your Honor.
What did I say? Oh, 503, sorry. I should probably put my
I just
glasses
wanted to
back
make
on.
sure we were on the same page. Thank you.
Judge sounds kind of tired.
It sure is. In the highlighted portion here, if we could just scroll down briefly, Ms. DeValkenier. The highlighted portion of item 1, was your conclusion that there was support for different sources of Ms. Hernan's handwriting on this?
Yes, for Lynn Hernan, the portion that's highlighted, it was 3 lines there underneath the number 1 before number 2. That specified portion, I gave a support for different sources in comparison to Lynn's known writing.
If we could scroll to page 2, please. And go to the bottom. You see the highlighted portion of this, correct?
Yes,
And the question portion of this page is Ms. Hernan's signature, correct?
correct.
Your conclusion for this was support for different sources, correct?
Yes, that's
So
correct.
your opinion is that there's support for a different source that, other than Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes, it was a support for different sources compared to Lynn.
If we could next pull up just for the witness, item 2. And I believe it's exhibit 504.
That's not good
We
for
could just
old
scroll through that,
Jessy.
please.
However, if you've only got 3 lines and 1 signature that's different for Lynn, if that
recognize this
whole entire
document?
document,
And again, this is item 2 in the question documents that
know.
you went through.
That's right.
Your Honor, move exhibit 504 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 504 is received, permission to publish granted.
If we could put that on for the jury, please.
and if you're just listening on audio, that
So,
last
Ms. Eisenhart,
exhibit
if we
was
could-
the will
Mr.
that
Faulkner,
Jessy
if we could
found
just go
when she was
actually all the way to the bottom
incarcerated.
of page 2 again, thank you. You see the highlighted portion of that, correct?
Yes,
Your conclusion was support for different sources for Lynn Hernan as well on this, correct?
yes, that's right.
If we could pull up exhibit 505, item 3.
And the last one was about putting her cats down. That's
And then scroll through that
last
document,
part
please.
says it's not Lynn. But then you have the whole rest of the letter. She's, I guess, saying is Lynn, or does she just look at the last part?
Do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
Is exhibit 505, item 3 in the question documents that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move into evidence 505.
No objection.
Exhibit 505 is received, permission to publish granted if requested.
Yes, please, thank you. If we could scroll down, Mr. Volknier, to page, I believe, 4. Yeah, if we could just stay right there. There's no highlighted portion of this section, correct, Ms. Eisenhart?
That's correct.
However, I'm going to direct your attention to the left side of the document where it's the Lynn Hernan under print purchaser name, the address, and then the signature. In reviewing those 3 lines, you came to the conclusion that there was support for different sources for that writing and signature, correct, for Lynn Hernan?
Yes, for Lynn Hernan, for the handwritten text and the Lynn Hernan signature, my opinion was support for different sources compared to Lynn's known writing.
So, just to remind the jury, that means that it's your opinion that she may not have written or signed that document, correct?
That's correct. And there are limitations with all of those support for different sources conclusions.
Correct.
But yes, that's right.
If we could scroll to page 5, please. Again, there's no highlighting on page 5, but you evaluated all of the handwritten text and signature in this, correct?
I did, yes.
Again, for Ms. Hernan, for the handwritten text as well as the signature, your conclusion here was there was a support for different sources, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could move to exhibit 506, please. This is item 4. And if we could scroll to page 3, please. And then page 6. Are those 2 portions of item 4 that you would have analyzed in this case?
Yes, they are.
And this is exhibit 506. Did you see that?
I did not see that, I'm
You
sorry.
could scroll to page 1 to just show her the exhibit marker.
Yes,
Now
I
you
see,
that's
I see
506.
that, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, move exhibit 506 into evidence. And I would just highlight those 2 pages.
No objection.
Exhibit 506 is received, permission to publish granted, and which 2 pages again?
Page 3 and 6. Ms. Eisenhart, on this item, under the highlighted section on page 3, you did an analysis for Lynn Hernan again as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you came to the conclusion for support for different sources for this, correct?
Yes, support for different sources compared to Lynn Hernan's known writing.
Thank you. If we could go to page 6 then, please. Again, you analyzed this highlighted portion, correct?
I did, yes.
And again, similar question. In this set of analyzed writing, you came to the conclusion that there was support for different sources for Lynn Hernan writing, correct?
That's correct.
If we could go to Exhibit 508, please. This is item 6, and if we could just scroll through that document, please. Ms. Eisenhart, do you recognize that document?
I do.
And that was item 6 of question documents that you reviewed.
Yes, that's right.
Here I move into evidence Exhibit 508.
No objection.
Exhibit 508 is received.
I'd be asking to publish that to the jury too.
Granted.
This highlighted portion, Ms. Eisenhart, on top of page 1, again, did that come back with support for different sources for Lynn Hernan's writing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, going to page 2, please. And I want to direct your attention to the signature on this page. Did that also come back for different, or support for different sources for Lynn Hernan's signature?
Sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
That's the Jennifer and Jesse get all my stuff and nobody
I
better
want to
stop
take us
them.
back to
Yikes.
Exhibit 503 and moving on to Ms. Kurczeweski's part of the report. And take us to the first page, please. Again, you looked at this highlighted portion for Ms. Hernan's handwriting earlier, correct?
Yes, I
But
did.
you also analyzed it for Ms. Kurczeweski as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this portion of Exhibit 503, you came to the conclusion that there was support for different sources for Ms. Kurczeweski's handwriting, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the very top of Exhibit 503. Can you see the portion where it says Jessy rewrote, comma?
Yes, I see that.
Does that seem to correlate with the conclusion that there would be support for different sources for this written text?
Are you asking me if that comment influenced my opinion?
I'm talking about just generally speaking. Do those two opposing views go together?
The content of that information was not something that I took into account when I did the handwriting comparison.
Okay, so you didn't take that into consideration, but if someone told you that they rewrote it, but then you came to the opinion that there was support for different sources, again, that doesn't seem to make sense, does it?
Well, I don't know who wrote that information, and again, I have to use the known writing as the evidence to do the comparison. So the known writing that I had for Jessy when I did the comparison to this question portion was inconsistent.
If we could move on to Exhibit 508, please.
I kind of take it back. I don't know that they're going to call a handwriting expert in
Yes,
rebuttal to
please.
this witness.
No, we're all. And if we could go to page 1, please. The highlighted portion, again, you conducted your analysis about Ms. Hernan, correct, earlier?
Yes, that's right.
You did the same with Ms. Kurczeweski in this case, and ultimately, your opinion was a support for common source for this highlighted portion, correct?
This is item 6, right?
Yes.
For the comparison with Jessy, yes, I gave a support for common source for this highlighted portion, excluding the Lynn Hernan signature that's placed in there.
Okay, thank you. If we could take that down, please, and just show the witness Exhibit 507. And if we could scroll that through that briefly. Do you recognize this document as item 5 in the question documents that you reviewed?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, move Exhibit 507 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 507 is received, permission to publish granted.
Ms. Eisenhart, we've seen this will previously before you were testifying, but the reason I wanted to point this out again is there's highlighted portions of this, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And looking through this entire document, including the text and the signatures, what was the conclusion that you came to in this item
With respect to which writer?
with respect to Ms. Kurczeweski?
This is item 5. I gave an opinion of support for common source for the signature and the handwriting, excluding on the second page the Jennifer Flower and Lynn Hernan signatures at the bottom.
Okay. So if we could scroll down to page 2. So if we could just stop right there.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. May I add?
Yes.
That also excluded the characters that are underlined and capitalized in this document. So I actually examined more than just the highlighted section, to my recollection.
Perfect.
It's kind of weird you'd only examine I mean, I guess if that's all they wanted her to look at, it's kind of weird. Why would you not look at the whole thing?
I think you had mentioned if we could scroll down to page 3, please. The highlighted portion for the Lynn Hernan signature. Do you see that, correct?
I do, yes.
In terms of that, did you came to the conclusion that there was support for common source, that Jessy wrote that, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Eisenhart. I have anything else?
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Go ahead.
Ms. Eisenhart, when it comes to the questions you were asked about the carbon copy checks, do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
You don't have any knowledge of whether Ms. Hernan had a checkbook with carbon copy checks, do you?
I do not have any knowledge of whether she did or did not.
And you know that some checkbooks do not have carbon copy checks, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If there were carbon copy checks that were, if the state had carbon copy checks for Ms. Hernan, would you have wanted to see those carbon copy checks?
Yes, I would have.
And you didn't get any carbon copy checks, right?
No, I did not.
We talked about
That's a
what
good way to
items
rehabilitate
you
that.
compared for Jessy. And you had, you said that some of the writings, of course, were done in a controlled setting, right?
The known writing of Jesse's, yes.
In other words, there was, it would be accurate to say that Jessy sat in a room with police officers or agents and did a number of writings for your purpose.
Yes, that's correct.
But that's not all the known writing you had from Jessy, isn't that fair?
That's fair.
So for example, could I pull up on the screen, please, Madam Clerk? I'm going to show you what, can you see on your screen yet?
No, not yet.
Let me know when you can.
Okay, I can see the screen now.
Do you see Exhibit 515?
Yes.
And this is a one-page document. Is this one of the items in your, that you were given in your evaluation of Jesse's handwriting?
Yes, I use this item as known writing of Jessy.
Is this item 13?
Yes, it is.
And this wasn't something that was done in that controlled setting. This came to the FBI in a different way. Fair?
That's how I interpreted it, yes.
I'll move for admission, honor of item 13. Or exhibit 515.
Of item 13.
Item 13, exhibit 515.
No objection.
Exhibit 515 is received. Seeking to publish?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
And it's not You're not involved in any kind of probate case here, are you?
No, I'm not.
This appears to be something having to do with the estate of Lynn Hernan. True?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay. Did the jury ever get that up on their screens? Okay, great. All right, then I would like to show you item 14, Exhibit 516. This is another document. Let me show you. I'm sorry, it should probably be removed from the jury. Yes. I'm showing you what's marked as item 516. Is this a two-page document?
Yes.
Do you recognize this as a document you were provided with by field agents?
Yes, this was also a document provided to me as known writing of Jesse's.
And this would be item 14 on your list?
Correct.
You're going to move for admission of Exhibit 516, request to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 516 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
So in other words, this is another document that you had of Jesse's that you could use to compare.
Yes, that's right.
Just make sure it publishes for the jury and then I'll move on. And you had, in addition, a one-page document that was submitted that you labeled item 15, true?
Yes.
Could I remove this and I'll show the witness one more exhibit?
Go ahead.
Do you see Exhibit 517 here?
I do.
And this is a one-page document. Is this your item 15?
Yes, there does seem to be some distortion to the image that I don't recall from when I examined it, but this is a copy of that document that I received.
And so another known writing that you had for Jesse.
Yes.
Move for admission of 517.
No objection.
517 is received.
No need to publish. I'll show you also item 16. Do you see Exhibit 518 noted on this?
I do.
This appears to be 2 pages, is that right?
Yes.
Is this one of the other documents that you had of known writing of Jesse?
Yes, it is.
Move for admission of Exhibit 518.
No objection.
Exhibit 518 is received.
And lastly, on the known writings, let me show you what is marked as Exhibit 519 and is 2 pages. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
This is item 17 in your list?
Yes, that's right.
And this is another document that you were able to evaluate when deciding whether writing was Jesse's or not.
Yes, this was additional known writing I could use for my
And
comparison.
this appears to be a letter she wrote to a judge, is that right?
Yes.
Move for admission of Exhibit 519.
No objection.
Exhibit 519 is received. Permission to publish if needed is granted.
Yes, no need to. We've shown the jury enough.
I don't want to see the letter to the judge. What about us?
You were asked questions about Jesse admitting to writing checks. Remember that line of questioning?
I do.
In interviews that this jury has heard, played in this courtroom, Jesse said that she may have written some checks for Lynn while she was in the hospital. Did the state tell you anything like that?
No, not that I recall.
Does
don't think
that
that would
affect
matter
your
to her.
opinion in any way?
No, it does not.
There's nothing in the interviews that Jesse admitted writing all of these checks.
I'm not aware of any information about the interviews.
You said that
she's just
even
trying
on
to get
some
that
of the
information back out
support
there.
for common source opinions involving Jesse, that there's limitations. What kind of limitations are there?
So with regard to the opinions of support for common source with Jesse, I'm going to refer to my report if that's okay, Your Honor.
Sure. That's right, yes.
So as I mentioned with the checks that we had some photos of yesterday on the screen, those of course are limited in their clarity and detail. They're low resolution images, and there are times when it's hard for me to see how characters are formed, how they may be connected, if they're broken, or if that detail is just lost in the reproduction of those images. That's one of them. And the other limitation with respect to the support for common source conclusions, that's what you were asking me about, right?
Yes.
Is the presence of unexplained characteristics. So an unexplained characteristic is something that is observed, well, a characteristic observed in the question document that whenever I examine the known writing, I can't seem to account for it in the known writing. It's either inconsistent, I may not have enough examples of it, or have enough variations of it. So that's another reason why I am not able to perhaps reach a source identification in those cases.
Okay, thank you. You were asked about Exhibit 506, Item 4. I'm going to bring that back up again on the screen for everyone to see. It's already in evidence. And I direct your attention to this exhibit. Do you recall this?
I do.
This would be Item 4. It's a letter. If we look at page 7 on this particular letter, did you reach a conclusion?
I did.
And did you reach a conclusion as to whether Jessy wrote Lynn? I see Lynn is highlighted. Did you reach a conclusion as to whether Jessy was the author of the highlighted word Lynn?
So I examined all of item 4, which was many pages, and my opinion with regard to whether Jessy prepared that was a support for different sources, and that included the Love Lynn salutations. Again, there are limitations why I'm not able to reach a source exclusion in that case.
Okay, that could come down while I bring up another item that you were asked about. When you were asked previously about Exhibit 508, Item 6, do you remember those questions? When you were asked to give an opinion about the highlighted area that I'm showing on page 1, do you remember that?
I do recall the questions, yes. I don't see anything on my screen if
Oh, you
you're
don't?
no,
Okay.
if you're trying to show anything.
Apologies, I should have said so. It should come up in a minute.
I see it now. Thank
Do you
you.
remember this exhibit?
Yes.
When we go to page 2 of this exhibit, did you reach an opinion about the signature of Lynn Hernan as it relates to Jessy?
I did reach an opinion.
And what was that opinion?
So in
This could be
the
published, Madam Clerk, because we have already introduced it.
I was inconclusive with regard to whether or not Jessy prepared the highlighted signature on item 6.
Thank you. That can come down. When you were talking about excluding characters and more than just highlighted sections, what do you mean when you say that kind of give that kind of an opinion?
So whenever I'm giving an opinion of, let's say, a support for common source, if I say excluding whatever that content is, that means I'm not giving a support for common source for that part that I'm excluding. And in the following conclusions in my report, I would have addressed that excluded portion. So in the example of item 6 that we just talked about, I gave an opinion with regard to whether Jessy did or didn't write it, excluding the Lynn Hernan signature. And later on in my report, I came down a little further down the page and gave an inconclusive opinion for that.
And just pulling up for your, if we could pull up on the screen the item that's already been admitted, Exhibit 523, Item 21. Can you see that on your screen?
Not yet.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. Okay. I can see it now. Thank you.
All right. Your opinion, I think you said before, was that Lynn Hernan. There's a support for Lynn Hernan having prepared the handwritten text of item 21, exhibit 523, and the signature at the bottom. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I said support for common source, that Lynn wrote the questioned handwriting and the signatures, the Lynn Hernan signatures on this item.
Why do some of the items that we've been looking at this morning have yellow highlighting on them? Who did that yellow highlighting?
I don't know who did the highlighting, but when I initially was assigned this case, I contacted the FBI contributor and noted that the quantity of examinations that he was asking me to do by the trial deadline was going to be very challenging for me to be able to complete all of that. And I asked if perhaps there were parts of the documents that we could limit my analysis to that would be helpful and also timely in providing a report to the contributor.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are going to take our morning break. Ma'am, you may step down. And all rise for the jury, please.
You know what I learned from all of that? Fill out your own stuff. And if you can't, I guess make something in there very, very clear that it's not you or it's somebody else. And if you're giving somebody else access to your checkbook to write checks, put them as a person on that checking account so that they write the checks under their own names. And then we wouldn't be in this mess for most of the mess, because she's still a mess. Let's not lie about that part. Oops.
Excused.
They are all released from their
Released.
subpoenas. All right, thank you. They can, please advise them. All right.
Just gotta go to the bathroom. She's like, I'm off this bench. Oh no. Looks like our least favorite attorney is back. Ugh.
You have quite a few to add to your list today. Just this morning.
They're right. But I have them.
I bet. Excellent. All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And Attorney Galaviz, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. Defense calls Sarah Trump.
All right, good morning. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is on my right, all the way to the front, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's all the way to our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. You have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sarah Tromp, S-A-R-A-T-R-O-M-P.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Galaviz.
Thank you, Judge. Sarah, you're a nurse, correct?
Yes, nurse practitioner.
Would you prefer that I call you just Miss Trump?
Yes, please.
And you used to be called Miss McGrath?
Correct, maiden name.
And you're currently employed, correct?
Yes,
Where do you work?
Freighter in the medical college.
What do you do at Freighter?
I'm a nurse practitioner in neurosurgery.
You know, how long you been working there?
5 years.
Was there a point in time that you worked for pain management?
Yes.
And when did you work at pain management?
March 2017 through November 2018.
So in November, you shifted over to Freighter?
Correct, yes.
And while you were working at pain management, were you a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And as a nurse practitioner, are you allowed to prescribe
Yes.
medication?
Correct, yes.
Are nurses allowed to prescribe medication?
Not an RN, but an advanced practice nurse practitioner.
So you're an advanced nurse.
Yes.
And again, you were an advanced nurse at pain management.
Yes.
And at pain management, what is that? What kind of facility is that?
A clinic and ambulatory surgery center that does medications and interventional pain management.
Yeah, at pain management, what kind of patients did you see? Did you see patients that were referred to you by other doctors?
Yes.
Were you see patients who just walked in?
Yes.
And in 2017, did you see a patient by the name of Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Was she a patient of yours?
Yes.
Was she assigned to you when you were at pain management?
Yes.
So if Lynn Hernan wanted to see somebody at pain management, she had to make an appointment with you.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 540. And can I publish this, or has it already been moved into evidence?
Go ahead.
Do you have it on your screen yet?
I do not.
So I'm going to scroll over this exhibit just to make sure that you are familiar with it. It's a 39-page exhibit. Am I going too fast for you, sir? Or Ms. Trump?
No.
Oh, so you've seen that exhibit before, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed it prior to your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And Exhibit 540, is that a copy of a record on Lynn Hernan that you had at Advanced Pain Management?
Yes.
And Ms. Hernan came to you because she was in pain, I take it?
Yes.
And the records indicate that she's been in pain since 1991?
Per the records, correct, yes.
And you began treating Ms. Hernan according to page 36 of the record, your first contact with her, correct? On July 10th, 2017, correct?
Yes.
So you don't remember Lynn Hernan, do you?
Not specifically.
She doesn't stand out to you as a patient that you saw?
No.
But based upon the record, you know you treated her.
Correct, yes.
And in 2017, July, why she came in and what you treated her for would be reflected in the record, correct?
Yes.
And on July 10th, 2017, page 1, she was complaining of low back pain?
Correct, yes.
Was she complaining of anything else?
As it states in the record, low back pain and weakness in the legs.
Did you treat her for the low back pain?
Yes.
And what did you prescribe medication?
Yes.
What did you prescribe?
Over the course, per the records, over the course of treatment with Lynn, tizanidine, Butrans, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, and baclofen.
Over the course of your treatment?
Correct.
But on July 10th, 2017, you didn't prescribe that, did you?
No.
Where on this document would it indicate what you prescribed there?
I believe it would be on page possibly 38, a little bit lower. Possibly 39, apologies. So it looks, per the records, July 10th, no medications were prescribed, but an MRI lumbar spine was ordered.
And on page 38 of the report, it mentions the word oswestry, correct?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a self-reported function scale for patients of their everyday activities when patients that have acute or chronic low back pain.
Is it safe to say that everything, when you're treating Ms. Hernan, you treat her as to what she's reporting to you as far as her pain, her problems, correct?
Correct.
And regarding the score, she indicates that she's a 35 out of 50.
Per the records, yes.
You know, but again, she's telling you that, correct?
Yes.
You don't know for a fact if she's a 35 out of 50, correct?
It is self-reported. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Trump, I'm going to show you an exhibit 616, and tell me what's up on your screen.
It is, yes.
Are you familiar with this exhibit?
Yes.
It's a two-page exhibit, would you agree?
Yes.
Judge, I moved this exhibit into evidence and asked it to be published.
No objection.
Exhibit 216 is received. Permission to publish granted.
616.
616, sorry, thank you. I don't know why I wrote down a 2.
You have to wait till the screen comes up with the jury. Ms. Trump, this is what you're referring to as the oswestry score?
Yes.
And this is, what is this?
This is a self-reported tool that patients use to report their function in their everyday activities when they have low back pain.
So page 2 of the exhibit is something that the patient has to fill out.
Correct.
And they fill out, I take it, this questionnaire the day they come in.
Yes.
Is it prior to you seeing them or after you see them?
During intake prior to me seeing them.
And these questions are asked to fill out pain intensity, correct?
Yes.
Personal care, correct?
Yes.
What's 3, lifting?
Lifting.
And they're asked to mark, check out boxes, correct?
Yes.
And again, the patient themselves are the ones who fill this out.
Yes.
Again, self-reporting.
Self-reported, yes.
They're asked about their walking,
Yes.
5 sitting,
Yes.
6 is standing. And again, as Ms. Hernan is going through this questionnaire, she's marking boxes.
Yes.
She's asked about her sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And in sleeping, she's asked certain questions, correct? Or certain boxes are there for her to mark.
Correct, yes.
And the boxes consist of pain does not prevent me from sleeping well, correct?
Yes.
Down from pain prevents me from sleeping at all, correct?
Correct.
Talks about her social life.
Yes.
Why is that important? Why does a patient get asked that?
If someone's in pain, it can inhibit their everyday activities, and social life is a part of everyday activities.
Again, as far as number 1, pain intensity, there's certain boxes that she needs to mark, correct?
Yes.
I can tolerate the pain I have without having to use painkillers, correct?
Correct.
That's like from 1 to 10 scale almost, correct?
I believe so, yes.
The last box is painkillers have no effect on the pain and I do not use them, correct?
Yes.
And again, Ms. Hernan filled out this questionnaire before she saw you, correct?
Yes.
And on the scale, she considers herself, at least on July 10th, 2017, a 35.
Yes, per the records.
And below the scale, it talks about what no disability is, correct?
Yes,
Mild disability, moderate disability, severe disability, completely disabled, correct?
yes,
And it gives a description.
yes,
And Ms. Hernan, in this case, as far as self-report, she thought she was moderate, correct?
per the records, per my records.
Well, she reported a 35,
Yes,
which would place her completely disabled.
yes,
It also says these patients are either bedbound or exaggerating their symptoms.
per this scale definition, yes.
You know, you saw her again, I take it, from 2017 to 2018, correct?
Yes,
She was your patient on those visits, correct?
yes.
You can't recall how many times you visited her, correct?
I would have to refer to the records.
Again, on page 616, or exhibit 616, right before the instruction part, it talks about that this test has been used for a while, correct?
Yes,
It's been around since 1980,
yes,
and it's considered the gold standard
per this document, yes.
for low back pain functional outcome tools, correct?
Yes,
Going back to exhibit 540, which has been received by and published already. You saw her again, according to the records, on August 1st, 2017, correct?
yes.
And on August 1st, 2017, did she have to fill out this questionnaire again?
I cannot recall it.
Is that a requirement that every time you see a patient, they have to fill out this questionnaire, or sometimes they don't?
I cannot recall on the intake.
But on August 1st, she came in, it was just a follow-up,
Yes, correct.
and she again was complaining about her back pain.
Yes,
And as far as history of present illness, you review that when you're talking with her?
yes,
And again, she continues to talk about her back pain and
yes.
any other pain?
Per the record, it says there's weakness in low back, hips, shoulders, right knee.
Does it indicate the pain makes the patient feel frustrated?
Yes,
And your assessment, when you saw her on page 34 of the exhibit, you gave an assessment after you treated her?
yes.
And what was your assessment?
So per the records, following up on to review the MRI and discuss treatment options. And says, patient states she has a lot of muscle spasms in her legs and low back at night that affects her sleeping.
So she's complaining about her sleeping.
Yes,
She also, on that page, informed you that she's been in pain since 1991.
yes, per the records.
And in July 10th, 2017, when she was, there's an area where it refers to
We'll give the state this. They use the little page number thingy on the right of their screen very, very well and don't
Bear with
have
me.
this issue.
But a lot of these documents, they go over a list, like, you have any problems with your eyes and things like that, correct?
Yes,
In July 10th, 2017, she was asked and she said negative.
I would have to refer to the document.
I missed on the assessment on the second paragraph. Again, the date is August 1st, 2017, correct?
Correct.
But she reports on that same sentence that she had fallen.
Looks like per the records, she had a fall on July. Can I clarify if that's the 16th or the 18th, 17?
And apparently, the fall increased her pain.
Correct, yes.
Again, self-report.
Self-report per the records.
She was again seen at that clinic, according to the records, on August 16th, correct?
Yes, correct.
2017. But on that date, she was treated by Dr. Young, correct?
Yes,
And why was she treated by Dr. Young on that particular date instead of you?
for an injection.
So you prescribed an injection for her.
Yes.
And the injection was for pain?
Yes.
Is it true that you also tried patches with her?
Yes.
And again, for pain?
Yes.
And the patches, the pain patches, do they have any kind of substance in them?
They do. It was the Butrans patch, buprenorphine.
Is that an opiate or a benzyl?
An opioid.
This guy takes forever.
And her next visit at the clinic was on September 12th, 2017, again with Dr. Young, correct?
Yes.
What was the reason for a second visit with Dr. Young?
Per the records, it was another injection.
And in the history section that she reported to on that visit, she talks about her last visit, correct?
Yes.
And what does she state about her history?
Per the records, and this is the procedural notes, so Dr. Jung, patient states 10% relief.
And she self-reports that the pain 510 at best, 810 at worst, she's currently a 610.
Yes.
And that's again the visit with Dr. Young on page 26 of the exhibit, correct?
Yes.
On September 26, 2017, she visited your clinic again, correct?
Yes.
And this time she was treated by you again.
Yes.
And the reason for the visit, is it listed on page 1 of that exhibit?
Back pain. Yes.
Again, she still is having back pain.
Yes.
Where she reports moderate severity, is it self-report?
Self-report. Yes.
And she indicates that it's getting worse,
Yes.
that it occurs persistently, correct?
Yes.
And she describes where she's getting the back pain, correct?
Yes.
What does the exhibit say that where she is receiving the back pain?
Location of pain is lower back and gluteal area.
And right below that, there's a pain details, correct?
Yes.
There's a pain score. It's a 6, it says pain score at best is 6, at worst is 10, and she's currently 6 out of 10, correct?
Yes.
This is what I'm hearing right now, if you can hear it. Shut them downstairs. I guess they're mad.
Again, when I was talking to you about that scale where it discusses like eyes and respiratory, on September 26th, when it talks about eyes, it's negative, right?
Per the records, yes.
And this, you see this review of symptoms like in July 10th, in her prior visits, July 10th and August 1st, where as far as her eyes, she was indicating.
Sorry to break up this riveting direct, but no, Carmen, it's Hank. Hensley starts barking in rhythm. She just bark, bark, bark. It's like getting Hank going. Like she's the drums. And then Hank, he kind of starts barking. Real low. He's real low. He's like the bass guitar. And then he starts howling, and Rue's like, move, because I'm the only one in this room that can keep and hold a tune. And Hera never participates. I think she stands there and looks at them like they're all idiots. And that is the dog howling. It's not funny, except it kind of is. You didn't think it was funny when they did it to you in the mornings. All right. Back to this riveting direct by the defense.
At least in this visit, September 2017, that she has no problems with her eyes and no pain, correct?
Per this page, yes.
At least this part of her, this time in her life, she's not complaining about her eyes.
Per the records, yes.
But it does list as far as her weight, correct?
Yes.
What does she report as far as her weight?
199 pounds, per the records.
It's kind of like, we know you're looking at the records. You don't have to keep saying
And
for
on
the
this visit,
records.
do you prescribe any medication for her?
I would have to reference the
Would it be at the bottom of the screen?
the plan, yes. Yes, this right here.
Did you prescribe?
Yes.
What did you prescribe?
Per the records, the
records.
tizanidine increased to 3 times a day as needed for spasms, and then started the Butrans patch.
Is that the patch you refer to?
Yes,
And that's the one that has opiates?
it's an opioid agonist antagonist.
And it talks about these two medications along with her smoking and asthma can cause, what does that sentence say?
These two medications, along with her smoking and history of asthma, COPD, can cause respiratory depression and increase her mortality rate threefold.
Yikes.
What is that?
So when taking an opioid and a benzodiazepine concurrently, that can increase respiratory depression or decreased breathing.
Yeah, a little Visine in there, you have what's called death.
As far as you had an assessment, correct?
Yes.
And on page 24 of the exhibit, it talks about your assessment of her, correct?
Yes.
And the last paragraph, you mentioned she reports that she does PT every day at home, correct?
Per the records, yes.
And she was unable to make appointments because she has so many doctor appointments to go to.
Per the records, yes.
We need to mix her per the record and Attorney Nikolai's okays together. Sure, we could make a song.
And per the records, on page 18 of this exhibit, you see her again, correct?
Yes.
And this on October 9, 2017.
Yes.
And as far as chief complaint, she again is complaining about her back.
Yes.
It talks about her back pain severity levels, correct?
Yes.
moderate to severe.
Yes.
She indicates to you, self-report, that it's getting worse.
Yes.
Again, it's occurring persistently.
Yes.
She describes what she's suffering as far as back pain.
Yes, per the records.
She describes the pain as being burning and throbbing.
Yes.
When a patient tells you that the pain is burning and throbbing, as her treatment provider, what is she describing to you?
It's a pain descriptor, so pain can be all different types of burning, throbbing, sharp shooting, an adjective on how she perceives the pain.
And again, on the pain details, the pain score, 6 being best, and at worst, I'm not sure if it's a 6 or 8. She's currently 8 out of 10.
Per the records, yes.
So in comparison to her other visits, she's getting worse as far as self-report.
Correct, per self-report, yes.
Again, in that area where she discusses her eyes, again, she reports negative, correct?
Per the records, yes.
No dry eyes, no eye pain.
Per the records, yes.
As far as her assessment, you list the referral by Dr. Smith, correct?
Yes.
Had you been in contact with Dr. Smith?
Per the records, I believe there was a conversation between her and I.
And do you know who Dr. Smith is? In relationship to Ms.
Her primary care provider who referred the patient to me.
And in this assessment, she's complaining about weakness in her legs,
Yes.
numbness, correct?
Yes.
The pain is aggravated by all her ADLs. What is that? What's she referring to?
Activities of daily living.
She continues to say pain relieved by swimming, medication, but she also reports, what does she report in her assessment there?
Loss of bowel and bladder since her GI issues 2 years ago, per her report.
Do you prescribe medication on this visit?
Yes.
This is page 21 of this exhibit. Does it list what you prescribed?
Yes. Norco.
The patch?
No. Norco hydrocodone, a pill.
What's that? What's hydrocodone? Is it an opioid or benzo?
An opioid.
You apparently treated her again on December 7th, 2017, correct?
Yes.
December 4th, I'm sorry, 2017, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you're listed as your treater on the date, correct?
Yes.
And again, she complains about pain in her back.
Yes.
She talks about the severity, correct?
Yes.
It says severity level is moderate, severe. The problem is changing in character. What is that? That's what she's reporting to you.
Changing, yes.
It's still persistent.
Yes.
She describes the pain as ache, sharp shooting, stabbing, correct?
Yes.
Here, her pain score is 6 out of 10, correct?
Yes.
Again, self-report?
Correct.
When we review the symptoms on this exhibit, as far as the eyes, she reports pain now.
Yes, per this record.
So on December 4th, 2017, she says her eyes are dry and she has pain in her eyes.
Yes.
This assessment part, is this done by you after you talk with her?
Yes.
So this is your assessment of her when you treated her each time?
During the office visit, yes.
And on December 4th, 2017, what was your assessment?
Per the record, she had taken hydrocodone for a month. Was giving her adequate pain relief, but was receiving alprazolam for her primary care provider. which taken together can increase her risk of respiratory depression. And per the record, I spoke with her primary care provider a few weeks ago, and I will be stopping the hydrocodone so that the primary care provider can continue to prescribe the alprazolam for her anxiety and sleep without the concurrent risk.
In the next paragraph, you again continue your assessment, correct?
I believe so, yes.
It says here today, 12/4/2017. Is that your assessment, continued assessment?
Yes.
And what do you indicate there?
I just previously stated, but Lynn took the hydrocodone for a month, breaking the 2 tabs in half to space out the dosing throughout her day. This was giving her adequate pain relief, but is currently receiving alprazolam from her primary care provider for sleep, nighttime anxiety, which taken together can increase her risk of respiratory depression and mortality threefold. I spoke with her primary care provider a few weeks ago, and I will be stopping the hydrocodone so that her primary care provider can continue to prescribe the alprazolam for her anxiety and sleep without the concurrent risk. Lynn is,
So she's reporting she's breaking her tablets.
yes, per the records.
And she's taking hydrocodone and another substance, correct?
Yes,
And the other substance is,
per the records,
Xanax.
alprazolam.
are they both opioids or are they benzos?
The hydrocodone is an opioid and the alprazolam is a benzodiazepine.
And again, a patient shouldn't do that.
They can increase the risk of respiratory depression when taken together.
And you discuss a plan with her.
Yes.
And what's the plan?
Discontinue the hydrocodone due to the increase of taking the hydrocodone and the alprazolam together.
And on this particular date, you prescribe medication.
Yes.
What's the medication you prescribed on this particular date?
Cyclobenzaprine,
And what is cyclobenzaprine?
a non-opioid muscle relaxant.
And prior to this date, you had never prescribed cyclobenzaprine.
Correct.
Why did you feel cyclobenzaprine was going to help her?
She had reported muscle spasms and the low back pain.
According to this record on page 10, you treated her again on January 29, 2018.
Yes.
And this is the first time she's seen you in 2018, correct? As far as the record shows,
Per the records, I believe 2018.
2018.
Yes.
And again, in 2018, January, she continues to complain about her back pain.
Yes.
She again talks about it, the pain being worsening, correct?
Yes.
Persistent,
Yes.
shooting, stabbing, correct?
Yes.
The same reporting that she did in other visits.
Yes.
On the pain score, it's 7 out of 10.
Yes.
That's what she's indicating to you.
Yes. Self-report.
Again, on this visit in January, she talks about her eyes again, or reports that her eyes are still dry and she's still in pain.
Yes.
Again, you assess after she leaves, and what is your assessment of,
Per the records on January 29th, reports such bad welts all over her body and organ distension yesterday. She tried the cyclobenzaprine for her muscle spasms in December, but stopped at 1/8/18 due to increased weight gain. She also reports a bad headache while on this medication. It interrupted her sleep. She woke up 2 hours after 2 hours versus her normal 4 hours of rest. She is wanting to try one more medication, even though she commonly gets adverse effects to medications.
so on that visit, she reports to you that she's allergic to cyclobenzaprine.
Per the records, side effects, yes.
And she stopped taking it.
Per the records, yes.
And again, cyclobenzaprine is a, what kind of substance?
Muscle relaxant.
opioid or benzoid?
Non-opioid.
Do you formulate a plan?
Yes.
And what is your plan with her?
Discontinue the cyclobenzaprine and start metataxalone, which is a muscle relaxant as well.
Here in the plan, it talks about a test, correct?
Yes.
What does it say about a test?
Urine drug screen on September 26, 2017, appropriate for alprazolam, but inappropriate for temazepine, not prescribed to her.
So according to your examination of her, she is not taking her medication as prescribed.
Per the records.
On that same exhibit where we're talking about her eyes are being positive for dry eyes and eye pain, there's a area that talks about, is it psych?
Psych.
What is that?
So review of symptoms, psychological system.
And she there reports anxiety and insomnia.
Correct, yes.
Again, insomnia is not being able to sleep.
Yes, correct.
The next time you see her is February 28, 2018, correct?
Correct, yes.
And her chief complaint continues to be back pain.
Yes.
The pain is still persistent, lower back, it's gone to her hips.
Yes.
On his pain score, I think here she says 5 out of 10?
I believe so, yes.
But she says the pain again is shooting and stabbing.
Yes.
Regarding the eyes, she continues to report that she has dry eyes and eye pain.
Per this record, yes.
So she reported that in January and again in February. Pain with her eyes.
Yes, per the records.
Again, in the psych area, she reports anxiety and insomnia.
Yes.
Still not able to sleep.
Yes.
And you had, again give an assessment, correct?
Yes.
And what was your assessment?
So on February 28th, 2018, she was in for follow-up. She reports that she has been sick for the past 2 weeks. Her primary care provider completed her annual compliance urine specimen for compliance with her alprazolam since her last office visit, and her specimen showed oxapam, temazepam, and nordiazepam, along with ethyl glucuronide. Because of this, the patient has been discharged from that practice due to noncompliance with urine screen and will be establishing with a new primary care provider that was referred by Dr. Sema.
So, based upon your assessment, she's again not complying with her drug medication.
Per these records, yes.
She was discharged.
Correct, yes, per these records.
What is this opioid risk? On page 8 of the exhibit.
The opioid risk assessment tool is a self-reported tool to assess patients' risk of opioid misuse or use.
It says the patient signed a controlled substance agreement on September 26, 2017. What is that? What is she signing?
Whenever the practice or provider was going to be starting a controlled substance, the patient had to sign an agreement outlining the terms of being compliant with a controlled substance.
And after your assessment, you formulate a plan again with Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes.
And what was your plan?
Start baclofen 10 milligrams, 1 tab, twice a day as needed for muscle spasms for 2 weeks. And also,
It talks about, here on your plan, a referral.
yes, so offered a referral to pain psychologist, Dr. Papandrea, but patient declines as she has seen a psychologist before with no results.
So you want her to see a psychologist?
A pain psychologist, correct, yes.
And in here, on page 9 of the exhibit, that's where it says you prescribe baclofen, correct?
Yes.
You saw the patient again on March 14th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes.
And still the back pain, correct?
Yes.
Or the back pain complaint, correct?
Yes.
She talks about it getting worse, correct?
Yes,
And
yes.
you had prescribed the baclofen to treat the pain, correct?
Yes.
And the baclofen is what kind of controlled substance?
It's not a controlled substance. It's a muscle relaxant.
She talks about the pain being piercing, shooting, correct?
Yes.
Pain score, again, 5 out of 10.
Yes.
On the top of page 3, it describes the baclofen, it has the word rash on it.
Yes.
Is that what she reported to you?
Yes.
Again, on the eye section, it talks about dry eyes, eye pain. It's still happening, correct?
Yes.
Are you doing any treatment for those?
No, I am not.
And you have an assessment for her, correct?
Yes.
And what is your assessment on March 28th?
Here today, March 14th, 2018, for follow-up office visit, she tried the baclofen for her muscle spasms, but she broke out into a rash on her abdomen, so I had to stop this. She established with a new primary care provider who she likes and who refilled her nighttime alprazolam. When asked about non-medication pain relief modalities to try, patient reports that she does daily exercises with the bands that she got from PT.
So it talks about allergies, correct?
Yes.
She mentions at the bottom of page 2 what she's allergic to, or is it something you found out yourself? Is it self-report?
Either self-report or from outside records.
So her records, follow-up records that you have indicate these allergies, correct?
Yes.
And again, that's where she indicates one of her allergies is baclofen, correct?
I believe that was added once she had tried the medication trial, per the records.
These other allergies that she's allergic to, what are they?
A variety of medications, fluticasone, which is, I'm not as familiar with these medications, but a nasal spray, various antibiotics, a cholesterol medication, nausea medication, a variety of medications.
And the medications on the right of that, it talks about what effects they have on her,
The reported side effect or allergy, yes.
like weight gain, shortness of breath,
Yes, yes,
hearing,
yes,
salt weeping from all orifices and decreased?
yes, per the records.
What's that?
I am not sure.
Again, she complains about her eyes.
Yes,
She's ENMT. What is that?
ear, nose, mouth, throat system.
It says tinnitus.
Correct, yes.
What's that?
Ringing in the ears.
Talks about her psych, correct, being positive,
Yes,
anxiety, insomnia.
yes,
Still have problems sleeping.
yes, per the records.
Back pain, joint pain,
Yes,
and positive for easy bruising.
yes,
On the physical exam, it talks about psychiatric, I believe. It talks about patient appears anxious.
yes.
But it talks about, at the top of the constitutional patient is obese.
Yes.
And you have an assessment with her on this visit, correct?
Yes.
And what's your assessment on March 14, 2018?
Here today, March 14th, 2018, for follow-up office visit. She tried the baclofen for her muscle spasms, but she broke out into a rash on her abdomen, so had to stop this. She established with a new primary care provider who she likes and who refilled her nighttime alprazolam. I'm not sure if it goes on. That's all I see on my screen.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. When asked about non-medication pain relief modalities to try, patient reports that she does daily exercises with the bands that she got from PT.
It talks about risk, is this risk factor?
Risk factors, yes.
What do you put down for risk factor?
Risk factors can be any concurrent illness or disease that could put a patient at risk for other medical issues.
And what do you list there?
Anxiety, current cigarette smoker, obesity, hyperlipidemia, mild COPD, asthma, hypothyroidism, GERD, gastric reflux disease, hypertension, and restless leg syndrome.
And here again, you formulate a plan, correct?
Yes. To summarize, discontinue the baclofen due to abdominal blisters and, quote, salt in mouth, and offered a retrial of physical therapy, offered pain psychologist, continue non-medication modalities such as swimming, heat, ice, offered nutrition services, but patient declined, and then follow up in 2 months or as needed.
She said, or apparently your plan said would avoid using opioids?
Correct, yes, would avoid using opioids in this patient, for as she is currently taking a benzodiazepine and had alcohol in her last urine drug screen despite her reported rare social drinking.
Towards the bottom of that, it says, did you read this part too?
Yes, offered a referral to a pain psychologist.
Had you made that offer before? Sure.
I believe so, per the records, yes.
And she refused?
I believe she declined, per the records, yes.
Again, in February of 2017 or 2018, she stopped taking the cyclobenzapine, correct?
I'm going to object to ask and answer at this point. We've really combed through these. Overall.
Really, Judge? I would have agreed
believe
with
at that
Attorney
point,
Nicolai.
she
You'd,
has
like,
stopped taking the
beat this
cyclobenzapine.
horse to
And
death.
in March, again, as we just indicated, she stopped taking baclofen.
Per the records, yes.
Now, Ms. Trump, in October 3rd of 2018, you probably heard that Ms. Hernan passed, correct?
I
the
was,
record.
yes.
You were notified by somebody that she passed away, correct?
I am not sure.
But in this case,
I don't know. I just found out. But
samples
I
of
don't know
Ms. Hernan's blood and urine and liver and things were taken from her to examine to see what kind of substance, if any, she had in her system.
Yes.
And it was reported that she had cyclobenzaprine in her system.
Yes.
And it was reported she also had baclofen in her system.
Yes.
But she had stopped taking them at the beginning of the year, correct?
Per the records, yes, my records.
Would there be some concern to you that she has taken cyclobenzaprine again?
There would be concern, yes.
Would there be concern to you that she also took baclofen again?
Yes, there would be concern.
Would it be even more concerning that she took them both?
Yes, there would be concern.
And why is that?
Per the records, it was discussed in her patient report. They were discontinued because they had given her side effects.
No further questions, Judge?
Very briefly, Judge. Ms. Tromp, the records that you were just shown, it's fair to say that the most recent in time was the March 14th of 2018 visit. Is that true?
Yes.
And so if the patient's date of death was October 3rd of 2018, we're talking almost 7 months between the last time that you saw her and her death per these records, right?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that any patient that goes to advanced pain management is trying to get some help, some pain relief?
Yes.
Okay. The records that you went through, would it be fair to say that Ms. Hernan appeared to be very capable of self-reporting symptoms she didn't like
Yes,
for different medications?
yes,
Like a rash on her abdomen?
that is patient reported, yes.
Okay, and she reported increased salt in her mouth, right?
What was reported to me, yes.
And weight gain is listed in those records.
Yes,
The records don't have any indication that Ms. Hernan ever told you, I can't swallow these pills. My throat won't let me swallow these. I have to crush them all up.
not per the records.
Okay. You were asked about the plan at the point in time when you determined to remove the hydrocodone. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes,
And do you also recall that those records actually indicate that Ms. Hernan said that between the two, alprazolam and hydrocodone, the alprazolam was more important to her?
yes, per
Did
the,
that factor into the medication she was removed from?
yes,
Okay. Did you see when you were going through those records that at the first visit in July of 17, Ms. Hernan reported she wasn't interested in pain medications?
I believe that was a part of the records, yes.
Is that actually repeated again in another visit that Ms. Hernan wasn't interested in pain medications?
I would have to reference the records.
Ms. Trump, if I told you that in excess of 6 different times there's a negative indication for depression for Ms. Hernan, does that coincide with your memory of those records?
I cannot recall, but if that's what's documented.
Would depression be part of that psych system that's reviewed?
Depression is a part of the psych system.
Okay. In portions of the records, I think you talked a little about bladder and bowel issues. Do you remember that?
Yes,
When you were working at Advanced Pain Management, did they have the ability to run labs, for example, for tetrahydrozoline in someone's blood?
I cannot recall what specifically could be tested for, but we did routine urine drug screening, but I do not know what specifically, besides like controlled substances, were assessed.
If I told you that tetrahydrozoline is in over-the-counter Visine, would that be a controlled substance likely to be tested for at your office?
Over-the-counter medications are not controlled substances.
Okay. So that would not have been something that was tested in anything, any sample from Ms. Hernan throughout these visits?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and per the record, how many questions can you have?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Trump, is it, while you were treating Ms. Hernan, she was also being treated by a primary care physician, correct?
Yes,
So if you weren't prescribing medication to her, her primary care physician was correct?
yes,
She was receiving medication from you, also her primary care physician, correct?
yes.
I have no
Are
further
you gonna
questions.
get the?
Judge.
Oh,
Thank you,
good.
ma'am. You may step down.
Excuse?
And she may. Thank you for being here.
Could we see what sidebar then? on
Yes,
witnesses?
please. You read my mind.
So even as important as that was, I don't know that they can overcome everything else that she has done. Because anytime the defense makes any kind of headway, state comes in and just slaps them back down. I mean, that was painful testimony because it took so freaking long, but I mean, it showed she was in pain, chronic
Ladies and
pain.
gentlemen of the jury, this will be an excellent opportunity to take our lunch break just a little bit early. And just given some of the timing with witnesses, we'll pick back up at 1 o'clock. So please remember the admonition. You've heard it many, many times. You may not discuss this case among yourselves. You may not do any research. You may not listen or review any type of news reports or media coverage. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. All rise for the jury, please.
So I don't know that they really made any headway at all. All right, let's hear what the record is.
You can have a seat when the door closes. The second one, I'll put the sidebar on the record. And just very briefly, the sidebar was just about timing. The next witness for the defense will be available at 1 p.m., so we all agreed to take the lunch break now. Anything either side wants to add to that from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
Anything else we need to go over before we break?
I would just indicate to the court, we do intend to put a rebuttal case on. And so we'll work with the defense to try to get clarification on when that would begin. It involves a witness that's out of state.
Okay, very well. Thank you for letting me know. I know we have two medical experts for the defense. I think we have their pathologist and their toxicologist left to go. And then, of course, I'll need at some point to do a colloquy with Ms. Kurczeweski and whether she will testify or not. And so I appreciate the parties working together. And
I'm going to say not.
we'll keep this moving along. So thank you. We are in recess.
So yeah, I don't know that they showed enough to show she was at a self-delete moment, but her mixing the medications was not good. When they listed all the medications that ended in Pam, those weren't good. But yeah, Carmen, she can't get, she's got so much to get past, and I just don't think they're going to be able to get past it. I don't think the handwriting analysis thing went great at all, because she couldn't say it did exclude Jessy or it did exclude Lynn. That wasn't good. That didn't help. So far they're not putting on a strong defense. They're working with what they have, but that's about it. I mean, I guess they have to do something. I'm not blaming them. Be curious to see who's coming up and when they're going to put their pathologist and toxicologist on. Are we really just not that far behind? Don't believe there's any sound. Yep, it would be crazy. Make this case just a little more crazy than it already has been at times, but she's not going to. She might want to, because I think she thinks she's smarter than everybody else. She's not going to. She's going to sit right there in that seat, which is a smart thing for her to do, which is what she should have done when she started talking to investigators. Shut her mouth and get an attorney. Maybe things wouldn't be quite as bad as what they are right now. Her hair's all messed up today, too. Not looking as good as it normally does. I think the judge is back. She's looking at him like she's talking, and the judge just hasn't turned on the microphone yet.
We are back on the record, and State versus Kurczeweski appearances are as they were before. I have an update for you all on juror number 1. She is just not feeling well, and she's going to be picked up and go home. I've excused her. I did talk to her and let her know she cannot talk about this case until it comes to a final conclusion. I also told her that if anyone were to reach out to her from either side, I know you wouldn't, but it's not to say people couldn't try to do things, that would be out of bounds, and she should let me know through the jury coordinator's office or the civilian bailiffs, at least until we have final verdicts in this case, or the case otherwise comes to a conclusion. I told her she is not precluded from watching, should she want. She just may not discuss this case with anyone until all of the jurors have been released from their responsibility. And I'm letting the jury bailiffs let the other jurors know. And once we get everything set in here with the exhibit that the parties were working on, Madam Clerk, have you been able to do the necessary redactions? Have you seen them yet? Or are we just going to have a new report?
So Angela at my office, with our help, just in the last half an hour, is putting together, she's making the changes.
All right.
And so that's going to be emailed to everybody as soon as she makes sure that spacing is right.
And that will be which reports?
And I thought that I would ask her to, I hope she remembers to do that. Oh, here we go. I asked her to label it 545A. And that's this report of Henry Spiller.
Okay, so that's Mr. Spiller's report, but what about the reference in Dr. Thomas's report to, which would be page 6, second paragraph?
Well, I was just working on Mr. Spiller's report. We didn't, Attorney Nicolai and I didn't discuss Dr. Thomas, or at least I didn't do that. So you want me to, obviously she has to take that Henry Spiller paragraph out.
I don't know if it needs, the way that it is, I would not want shown to the jury. If it's something she relied upon, then we'll have to address that. I don't know if there's another way it can be worded. It's not my report, but that would be an issue for publication based upon my rulings at the Daubert hearing on December 9th. And I believe she's your next witness.
She's my next witness. So
She's in the courtroom, so I think that's helpful for her to be able to hear that.
Right.
And the clarifications, and just for the record, so that it's clear, it's 2 o'clock. We've been in the courtroom since 1 o'clock, but some issues came up related to juror number 1, and then related to the court's rulings at the Daubert hearing, Dr. Thomas's report referencing Dr. Spiller, and then Mr. Spiller, I don't believe he's a PhD if I recall.
Right. You're correct.
Mr. Spiller, and his report.
Well, he should be
just
disqualified.
given the rulings the court made in
Kidding.
December of last year, specifically related to the limitations this court placed on his testimony regarding cause and manner of death because he's a toxicologist, and otherwise, from the court's perspective, did not have, even under the Hogan decision, the requisite experience to opine on cause and manner of death. It also went to his opinions about tetrahydrozoline and whether it can be fatal. Now, I indicated as a toxicologist, he certainly could testify as to the effects on the human body, that he could testify that his review of the literature, he has not come across a death attributed to tetrahydrozoline poisoning, but that he could not go so far as to say it cannot cause death. I'm paraphrasing. I had an opportunity to review at least my decision portion of the December 9, 2022 transcript, and I know the parties were working on either redactions or it sounds like some modifications to the report in lieu of redactions because it's anticipated those will be exhibits before the jury. I put a lot on the record just now, but anything the state would want to add to that?
No.
How about the defense?
No. I agree with that. I think, let me talk to Attorney Nicolai for a minute about Dr. Thomas's report.
No problem. We do have the ability, it's a pretty quick, easy fix if it needed to be redacted. I believe we already have the exhibit electronically, and we have a redaction tool and could block that out if need be. So,
And I think it would be an easy redaction in this particular,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
I think it would be an easy redaction as I
I don't know if she has a computer and is able to take it out, but, but that's up to you all. We'll go off the record while we complete that. And hopefully we're ready to go shortly.
sentence that needs to come out, so.
Yeah, why don't we go off the record and we'll turn off the audio and we ask Core TV not to.
So I think the older lady that has been sitting behind Jessy that would look like she was taking quite a bit of notes and wasn't there for a couple of days. Couldn't figure out who she was. I thought maybe she was a reporter or something, but it looks like she's sitting back there by Jessy's mom, if that's her. I can't get a clear up close picture of her. Not that it matters. I know none of this matters, but I'm a people watcher. That's why I said I might notice weird, crazy amounts of bottles of Visine in somebody's house. Like that guy did. Just wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Maybe she'll dismiss for the day.
Everyone, please be seated. We are back on the record. Appearances are as they have been. I'm told Madam Clerk has made the redactions, and you should have that momentarily. Is there anything else we need to address prior to bringing the jury out from the state?
Judge, there is a portion of Dr. Thomas's report that I think the parties are still in disagreement that I mentioned at sidebar. Twice it references that the decedent's neighbor said Ms. Hernan had suicidal ideations. It's my understanding Dr. Thomas never talked to Jean Tennell. She read something about that in a police report, but that was not put into evidence yesterday with Jean Tennell. So at this point, I think that it's so unreliable that it shouldn't come in under the guise of an opinion of hearsay that this doctor relied on to form her ultimate conclusion. I think it backdoors the hearsay statement from Jean Tennell in that this jury has not ever heard yet, that Ms. Hernan had suicidal ideations. That's on page 7 and page 2.
Well, I know the state took significant, I don't want to say time, but there were a number of witnesses where the state asked witnesses whether the victim was suicidal or whether they were under the impression the victim was suicidal leading up to her death. This is an opinion of an expert. The status of the law is very clear. An expert can rely on hearsay. I think what you are raising goes to weight, not admissibility. The jury instruction on expert testimony tells the jurors very clearly that for any opinion, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's up for the jury to determine whether to believe any part of the opinion and certainly any facts supporting that opinion and whether they have been proved or not. I think it's fair game that you cross-examine her and whether any part of her opinion would change based upon that. I understand the objection, but I am going to overrule it and allow, and I appreciate you bringing it up now. I think that's appropriate, but I'm not going to strike any part of that exhibit or require it to be redacted beyond what the parties have done. Any other parts of her report? Attorney Nicolai?
No, I think that everything else we've agreed to and has been appropriately redacted.
All right, Attorney Kukler, anything from you?
No.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please have our jury brought out.
Now that I can see that it's her mom, that lady has disappeared.
Did you get that email?
Yes, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Will you print that for me? Yeah, that's fine. Madam Clerk, 3 copies, please.
Oh. I think there she is. She was just behind that guy defense attorney. Or do we have to go through and explain somebody was sick, or did she already do that? Hopefully she already did that.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right. Attorney Kukler, the defense may call its next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Lindsay Thomas.
Good afternoon, Dr. Thomas. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Lindsay, Lindsey, Thomas, Thomas.
Go ahead, Attorney Kukler.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Thomas. Make sure this is close enough. So I would like to have the jury get to know you a little bit. And in that regard, have I received from you your curriculum vitae?
Yes.
I thought
We call
the
that a
same thing,
CV for
Carmen.
short, is
I
that
just
right?
was trying to not
And Madam Clerk, could I show that to the
already
witness
sound like
on
I had
the
made
screen,
my
please?
decision.
Kind of like a resume, right?
Right.
Now I'll show you, it'll come on your screen in a minute. Is it there yet?
It is.
All right. I would like to show you first the exhibit sticker. I've marked it as 625. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you look, and I'll page down for you. It appears that it's 10 pages.
Yes.
And should I page down so you can make sure this is yours?
No, I'm pretty sure it's mine.
Well, I'll page down just so
Oh, all right.
very quickly. Okay.
Yes.
Is this your CV?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, move for admission of exhibit 625.
No objection.
All right, exhibit 625 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. I'd like to publish. So you've divided your CV into employment and education and organizations and licenses, right?
Right.
So I would like to start down, even though you start out with employment. I'd like the jury to understand first what your educational background is, and in that regard, I put up page 2. I'll wait for the jury to have it on their screens. They do. Okay. So can you tell us about your educational background, please?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from Oberlin College in Ohio. Then I went to medical school at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor and have a medical degree from there. Then I did a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at University of Michigan. Then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
And what is it? So are you a pathologist?
I am.
And what does it mean to be a pathologist?
Well, a pathologist is the physician who studies disease. So you might have an anatomic pathologist or a clinical pathologist, and I studied both of those. So anatomic pathology is, for example, if you have something biopsied and it gets sent to the lab, it would be a pathologist who looks at it under the microscope and says whether it's cancer or not. Clinical pathologists run laboratories, so if you have blood drawn, it would be a clinical pathologist that might interpret looking at the cells to see if you have leukemia or something like that. Then forensic pathology is a branch, a specialized branch of pathology that focuses on areas where medicine and law overlap. And as it's primarily practiced, as I primarily practiced it, it involved medical legal death investigation and doing autopsies.
So you've done autopsies throughout your career?
Yes.
Now, if I look at page 3, if we all look at page 3, you have licenses. Are you licensed?
Yes.
In medicine and surgery?
Yes.
Do you have any board certifications?
I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And you keep those certifications current?
I was lucky enough that when I took it, you didn't have to keep retaking it. So I'm grandmothered in.
For life?
For life, yes.
And
But I maintain my certifications with continuing medical education.
And I was going to just ask you about that. So you take continuing medical education?
Yes.
You're required to do that as part of being a physician?
Yes, maintaining my licenses.
You have to take so many credits a year?
Yes.
And you do that?
I do.
Are you a member of professional organizations?
Yes.
Which ones are of significance that you could tell the jury about today that you think are important?
Probably the 2 most important ones are the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which is the organization of all forensic disciplines, including forensic pathology, and the National Association of Medical Examiners, which is the preeminent organization in the United States of medical examiners and forensic pathologists.
Now, I've heard about an organization called NAME, N-A-M-E?
Yes,
Is
that's
it-
the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Okay, and that's an association that medical examiners throughout the country belong to and follow standards of, is that true?
Correct. They are an organization that creates standards for forensic pathologists and death investigation agencies to follow.
And it looks to me like you've been on even the board of directors and executive committees at different times in your career.
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your appointments. So what you've taught, I take it you've taught in the field of pathology.
Yes. Especially at the University of Minnesota, when I was affiliated with Hennepin County, I was one of the instructors for the pathology residents because they're learning about forensic pathology as part of their general rotations.
And then let's let the jury know what kind of work you've done over your career. So I'm going up to the top and of your CV. Can you give us a rundown of your positions?
Sure. I started at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office and was there for a number of years. Then I moved to the Minnesota Regional, originally Coroner's Office, then Minnesota Regional Medical Examiner's Office, and I was the chief medical examiner there for 15 years. And then that office grew, and we ended up merging with Hennepin County. So the last 4 years of my career, I was back at Hennepin County. And then since then, you can see at the top, I did work in other places around the country. There's a real shortage of forensic pathologists around the country. So almost every office needs additional help. So I would go and work for several days to fill in if someone was on vacation or out for if they were short-staffed. So I did that, as you can see, kind of all over the place.
And what about at the present time?
Currently, I am no longer doing autopsies in any of those places. I'm trying to retire, but I still have a consulting practice, which is the kind of work that brings me here today.
Okay, so you stopped doing active autopsies maybe in 2022, is that
Yes.
about right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, yes?
Yes.
Until just a year ago?
Yes.
All right. And now you're working as a consultant?
Yes.
And you were hired by the defense team in the case of Jessy Kurczeweski, is that right?
That's right.
And as a consultant?
Yes.
Now, have you published in your career, published literature?
You think that till you had to
And
do
I
a
think I can
child
see that you have that on your
autopsy.
CV.
I know you well enough to know
Starting
you cry
on
your whole
page
way
4.
through it.
It looks like there's a long list of publications, is that right?
Well, it's not that long compared to some people, but considering how little I enjoy writing, it feels long to me.
Okay. And when you have been published, are these articles that have been accepted in actual medical publications and go through a peer review process?
So some of them are peer-reviewed journals. The Clinical Toxicology, International Journal of Legal Medicine, Clinical Biochemistry, Academic Forensic Pathology, those would be considered peer review, meaning that you submit the article and then other people critique it and offer feedback. Some of these were just
They weren't,
articles
you
that I
wouldn't
was
be a
asked to
normal
write for
person.
kind of informational articles for like the Minnesota Physician and things like that. So it wasn't a peer review.
Sure. And then you also list that you present and you lecture, is that right?
Yes.
And do you lecture for law enforcement
Yes.
and other physicians,
Yes.
defense attorneys?
Yes. Prosecutors.
Prosecutors.
Med students.
First question the
high
state's
school
going to
students,
ask her
college
when she
students.
gets up there, when they get up
I've
to do
spoken to all kinds of
cross.
groups.
And you speak about death investigations.
Are you getting
manner of
paid to
death,
be here today?
Those sorts of subjects. Is
How
that
much do
true?
you
Correct.
charge? I mean, the defense may try to just cut it off right now.
Okay, we can take that exhibit down. Thank you.
But if they don't address it,
So Dr. Thomas.
trust me, the state will.
You said that you do consulting work and you're consulting with our team, is that right?
Yes.
And you're getting paid for your work, are you
Yep.
not?
There we go.
Can you tell the jury
Good job, defense.
what you're being paid for your work?
Yes, I get paid $400 an hour, and so far I've put in about 14 hours plus whatever I have for today.
Okay.
It's a dumb question because the state doesn't have to pay for their stuff, even though they had to pay for
I'm gonna pull up a new
NMS
exhibit
lab
for the
stuff
witness
because it's
alone to
outside of
look
the
at.
state.
Which is going to be exhibit 629.
Well, then I guess you're going to start doing medical examinations, Bree.
Here we go.
I can analyze them for you.
One more down.
I'm sorry, it's just not popping up so quickly for me.
She's
So
actually
let
one of
me,
the cheaper experts I've heard.
Move on from that. I'll come back to it in a little bit. I'm just not finding it. But the
Price-wise.
point is,
That's what I
it's an
mean.
exhibit about other testimony you've done. You
yes.
provided an exhibit about that. Is that true?
That's true.
And although I can't pull it up on the screen right now, may I just show this witness?
Welcome to
Exhibit
Texas,
629?
Carmen.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
You know who doesn't need AC right now? This girl.
Yes.
And is
It's
this
only
a 629? Is
69 degrees
the
here.
exhibit of your testimony as a consultant?
In the last 5 or 6 years.
Okay. You testified, I noticed on here, in Minnesota versus Chauvin case.
Yes.
Who did you testify for in that case?
At the request of the prosecution.
That's it. Who was the person that was it Rodney King?
No, that was George Floyd who died.
Rodney.
Okay.
King. Oh my
And so that is
gosh.
that is a list of your testimony. Move for
Rodney King was back in before probably the three of you were born that are watching right now. He was back in like 92 or something. No. Wait, yeah, I think he was back in the 90s. What in the world? That defense attorney better watch out. She just got George Floyd and Rodney King mixed up. But yeah, Rodney King was, not only was Rodney King, I think it was 92. It was in California. It was in LA. It was a totally different side of the country. But you're close, defense. You're close. That's because you're old, Bree. JK. But yeah, that's crazy. That's a... Yeah. Don't get that mixed up about things, people. And I'm not even going to get into the stuff about Chauvin and George Floyd and everything like that. I didn't watch the trial. He was going to lose, period, before it ever started. But if I remember people talking about the trial, I don't know that they didn't say that this person had maybe not good information that they were giving. So now I don't know. We'll see what she says, but I think old Jesse's in trouble.
admission of Exhibit 629, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit 629 is received.
So when you came on board on the case, did you receive documents and things to look at, paperwork?
Yes.
And ultimately, did you receive a lot of things?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an overview of the sorts of materials that you well, before I do that, after you reviewed the materials and reviewed the case, did you prepare a report?
Yes.
And I'll show you what has been marked as Exhibit 561. Ask you if you can identify this as your report. I'll show you the exhibit sticker. And it looks to be 9 pages.
Yes.
Is that your report?
Yes.
I've moved for admission of 561, but not asking to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 561 is received.
It's okay.
Ooh, we got a close-up of her mom, finally.
So let's start and explain what you did in this case and how did you ultimately reach a conclusion?
Yes.
And you were asked to reach a conclusion, fair to say, on cause and manner of death of Lynn Hernan.
Yes.
And you ultimately did reach a conclusion.
Yes.
Before we get to a conclusion, can you explain to the jury what you received and what you did here.
So the way it works is, since I wasn't the pathologist who did the original autopsy, in order for me to understand, I will review all kinds of documents, and I can list those for you, and then answer the specific questions that are addressed to me, and that could vary depending on the case. In this case, it was cause and manner of death. So I reviewed the amended criminal complaint, and I'm referring to my report here.
Come down, Madam Clerk.
The autopsy protocol and the amended autopsy protocol, what's called the fact of death certificate, an email from Detective Hoppy to Dr. Butzricki, the Waukesha County Office of the Medical Examiner investigative report, Waukesha County Sheriff's Department's reports, toxicology reports, report from Sherry Kurczeweski, PhD, scene and autopsy photographs, report from Henry Spiller, Daubert testimony of Dr. Butzricki, Dr. Kurczeweski, and Henry Spiller, ProHealth Waukesha Memorial Hospital records, Pewaukee Fire Department records, Aurora Healthcare records, advanced pain management records, microscopic slides. So those would be sections of organs that were taken at the time of autopsy, and then they're embedded in paraffin wax and sliced very thin, put on a glass slide, and then stained. And you can make duplicate copies of those so that I could, in my home office, look at copies of those slides. And then an abstract from Dr. Kurczeweski.
I don't think she's a doctor, but.
Oh, PhD.
Or a PhD. Okay, and so you reviewed all those materials, you studied them.
Yes.
Now, what background information about Lynn Hernan, if any, was significant to you?
Oh, well, I would say
PhDs
her
being
past
called
medical
doctor?
history was very significant.
she's not medical
She
doctor.
had a very long list of medical conditions, and also had quite a few psychiatric disorders, and that's something that's very relevant when forensic pathologists are trying to figure out what the cause and manner of death might be. And also a history of what turned up positive on urine drug screens in her medical history, her recent hospitalization, and all of the illnesses associated with that, and also all of her various prescription medications. So that's the background information on her that we always want to know as much about a person as we can, because that often will help inform us about the cause of death. We don't, as forensic pathologists, we don't just get the cause of death from the autopsy. We get it from the history, the scene, the investigation, the autopsy, the toxicology, and then put all of that together.
So you said that she had psychological issues that played into your forming an opinion.
Yes.
What are those in particular?
She had depression, anxiety, agoraphobia, which is fear of public places, chronic insomnia. Those were the ones that were listed in her medical records.
Okay. And you mentioned about a urine drug screen. So is that the one from February 28th, 2018 that you're
Yes.
talking about? And what about that that's significant to you?
She had something that's called ethyl glucuronidase, which is due to ethanol or alcohol ingestion, and also temazepam, it's a type of drug that's like a benzodiazepine. It's a metabolite of diazepam or Valium, but she wasn't prescribed it. So whenever a patient who's on chronic medications, specifically pain medications or other benzodiazepines, turns up positive for something they're not supposed to be on, that's kind of a red flag, because it suggests that maybe they're getting medications from elsewhere and they may be at increased risk of a drug overdose if they're using their medication and other medications inappropriately.
You note that Ms. Hernan had that hospitalization September 15th to 28th, is that right?
Yes.
And that's 2018. That's shortly before her death, right?
Yes.
Did you find that to be important in your conclusions here?
Yes.
Why?
Well, she was very ill. She had acute kidney injury at that point. She had what are called metabolic disturbances, meaning that a lot of the chemicals in her blood, the calcium, the sodium, were too low. And so that suggests maybe she's malnourished or ill in some other kind of way. She had some elevated liver tests that suggest her liver wasn't functioning that well. And the other thing I think was important is that she met with a palliative care social worker. So she wasn't on hospice care, meaning that she was diagnosed as someone who's terminally ill and likely to die within 6 months. But meeting with palliative care suggests that there was a recognition that she was very chronically ill and probably not likely to recover in a significant way.
Did you notice in the records that when she was released from the hospital, it was with a condition that she'd have a full-time caregiver?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that there was an EKG that you mentioned in your report. Can you explain what that is and what it showed that you thought was important?
Sure. So an EKG is the measurement of the beating of the heart, and that showed what's called first-degree AV block. So it's a block between the atrium and the ventricle of the heart, just meaning that part of her electrical conduction system wasn't working properly. And in her case, it must not have been so severe that they felt she needed a pacemaker or a defibrillator or anything like that. But she did have episodes of what's called bradycardia, or slowing of the heart rate. So it certainly indicates that there was probably something going on with her heart, something wrong with her heart. And that did prove to be true at autopsy.
And did they do a CT of her liver as well?
Yes.
What did that show?
That showed what's called fatty infiltration of the liver. So it means that the cells of the liver are filled with fat. And there are lots of things that can cause that. Probably what you think of most frequently is excessive alcohol. And that can cause the liver to have this fatty change, or it's sometimes called hepatic steatosis.
I noticed that you then talk about the prescriptions that Ms. Hernan had at various times.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury the various prescriptions that Ms. Hernan had at various times?
Alprazolam, nifedipine, triamterene, cyclobenzaprine, synthroid, baclofen, omeprazole, lidocaine, vancomycin, fluoroster, prochlorperazine, vitamin D3, Nexium, sulfamethoxazole, TMP, which I can't remember what that stands for, it's an antibiotic, ropinirole,
like,
and
how do you spell
hydrocodone
that?
acetaminophen.
It sounds like a lot of prescriptions.
It is a lot of prescriptions, I would agree.
What else do you talk then about her being found not conscious and not breathing?
Yes.
That's October 3rd, 2018, is that right?
Yes.
And she was in her chair.
Yes.
You mentioned that there was an apparent will on the floor. Did you find that important?
Yes.
And at the time of her death, what did you indicate at the time of her death, it appeared she might have taken excess pills. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you explain what your next paragraph
Sure.
is?
So when medical legal death investigators go to a scene, and especially if someone has a lot of prescriptions, and especially if it looks like the death may be related to drugs, they will do a very thorough inventory of what medications the person has been prescribed, when they were prescribed those, how many they were prescribed, what the directions are. So, for example, she had been prescribed alprazolam. She'd been given 30 tablets on September 20th, and 13 days later, at the time of her death, there were 0 left in the container, and the directions were for 1 a day, so there should have been 17 left. Likewise, the nifedipine was prescribed on September 28th. There were 30 prescribed, and there were only 2 left, and that was also directions for 1 a day, so there should have been 28 left. And
28.
sorry,
October 3rd.
3rd, 5 days later,
5 days
yes.
later.
25, sorry.
Oh,
So she
wow,
should
we
have
can't
25
trust her.
left
She
in
can't
this
do
Instead
math.
of 2.
Instead of 2.
Yeah. And then also the hydrocodone acetaminophen, which is a strong pain medication. She had 20 prescribed on September 28th, and there were 0 left 5 days later. Now, the directions did say she could take 4 a day, so it's possible she was taking as described. In addition, there were some loose medications found at the scene, including alprazolam and hydrocodone, so it's possible that some of the missing medication ended up just loose at the scene.
Or crushed up on a plate.
Okay, I think it would be helpful if I bring up that exhibit, page 4. They asked to publish at this point.
I'm gonna object to publication of 561.
I'm only going to publish portions.
Overruled. Page 4 may be published.
I was gonna say, I thought you guys already agreed to all this. That's why we had such a long break.
Wait till it shows up. Takes a while to show up for the jury. Okay. So what is page 4 of your report? Can you explain what we're looking at here?
Yes, so this is something that is completed by the medical examiner investigator. And you can see on the left is the list of all of her medications.
Is that the pills that were in her stomach?
And the next is the dosage, meaning how many milligrams each pill is, the prescription number, who the prescriber was, and then what date it was filled, pharmacy, and then the directions. And so that's important. For example, the first alprazolam, there were 30 prescribed on September 20th. She was supposed to take 1 a day, and there were 0 left. And you can go down the whole list. Now, for something that was prescribed in August, it wouldn't be surprising that there would be 0 left. So that's why it's important to note what date it was filled. I think, however, what's really significant about this is there's so many pill bottles with 0 left. That always sort of raises a question of what someone's intention was at the time they were taking their medications, that they went through and emptied all of the pill bottles.
And do you know whether or not some of these prescriptions were ones that Lynn was no longer supposed to be taking?
Yes. According to her medical records, she was no longer taking the hydrocodone, baclofen, and cyclobenzaprine. However, and so you can see the baclofen was last prescribed in February, and the cyclobenzaprine was last prescribed in December of 2017. And the hydrocodone was from September 28th. So even though she had previously stopped taking it, she had gotten this prescription refill.
Either a refill or a new prescription.
Right.
Although if the, okay. So then, continuing down on that page, I see you show 5 pills, and we had a little bit of testimony about that a couple weeks ago. But why don't you explain what's next important about the autopsy?
So the autopsy showed obesity, which can be important because that can put people at risk for respiratory depression, for difficulty breathing due to the pressure on their chest. She had pulmonary edema, meaning that there was buildup of fluid in the lungs. That can be from a number of causes. It can be from heart failure, but it can also be from drug overdoses. So that's something important. She had what's called hypertensive cardiovascular disease, meaning that she had an enlarged heart, that's cardiomegaly, and it was from high blood pressure or hypertension. And she also had, with respect to her heart, she had 50% stenosis in the mid-left circumflex. So that means that a vessel that should be this open is only half that open, and that's sometimes called hardening of the arteries. And that can predispose someone to having a heart attack. She also had hepatic steatosis, which is the medical term for fat in the liver. So that confirmed the hospital diagnosis. And then she had something that's called interstitial myocarditis, and that's inflammatory cells in the heart muscle. And then these 5 pills, which were probably nifedipine, were found in her gastrointestinal tract.
So did you examine the slides in this case? You mentioned the slides. Is that something you did look at?
Yes, and that confirmed that there was very significant hepatic steatosis or fatty change in the liver, and there were multiple areas of this inflammation, this myocarditis.
Okay, let's move to the toxicology. So you said you reviewed a lot of things, but one of them was a report from Jessy Kurczeweski. Is that right?
From Dr. Kurczeweski, or from
Kurczeweski.
Sherry, yes.
Excuse me, she only has a
Also number 7
PhD.
toxicology
I can't call her
reports.
doctor.
So that was
but
from
I
the
think we called her
NMS labs.
Yes.
You've
doctor
heard about
during her
NMS labs, you've
testimony.
seen reports. Tell us what is I see the next paragraph discusses the toxicology. Can you explain to the jury what was found there?
Well, I think a couple of things are significant here. First, there's the tetrahydrozoline, which is not something that is normally found in my experience, but I have never looked for it. So, but I don't think it is a commonly used medication. She also had alprazolam, which was something she was prescribed. She had hydrocodone and hydrocodone metabolites. She had cyclobenzaprine in her blood, and that's significant because, as I mentioned, she hadn't been prescribed that recently. So that suggests that somehow she went back and found some old medication to take. She also had baclofen and ropinirole, nifedipine, and she did have a little bit of ethanol or alcohol in her stomach, but not in her blood. And then she also had triamterene and acetaminophen, which is like Tylenol. And they tested her blood for arsenic, but that was not significant.
And you're familiar with Sherry Kachinko's opinion about tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
Okay. Are you personally, do you keep up on the literature as best you can?
As best I can. Probably not the tox literature as much as forensic pathology, but.
But are you aware, as you sit here today, of any cases of tetrahydrozoline overdose deaths reported in the medical, peer-reviewed medical literature?
No, I'm not aware of any.
None at all?
No.
I'd like to talk to you about your conclusions. And we can take the screen down right now. Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of Lynn Hernan's death?
Yes.
Let's talk first about the cause of death, if we could.
Okay.
What do you believe the cause of Lynn Hernan's death was?
It's my opinion that her death was due to mixed drug toxicity, and in that I would include the tetrahydrozoline, baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, and nifedipine. And the reason I would include all of those, even though the levels that were found in her blood were not extremely high, is that many of these may have what's considered an additive effect or a synergistic effect. And in addition, because she had presumably stopped taking some of these medications for quite a while, the mere presence of them in her blood is suggestive to me of that she may have taken them in excess. Additionally, the fact that there were 5 undigested pills found in her gastrointestinal tract, and the prescription was to take 1 at a time, so there would be no reason to have 5, suggests that she probably took even more than 5 because some of them were absorbed. So I think there's evidence that she had taken in excess of at least several of these, and so that's why I think I would include all of those as part of the cause of her death.
Do you call it a mixed drug toxicity?
Yes.
So meaning all these drugs combined together was really the cause of her death?
Yes, and sort of a corollary of that is I wouldn't pull out any one of them as being the cause of death because I don't think any one in and of themselves would necessarily have caused her death.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to say, geez, the baclofen alone caused her death?
No, I wouldn't. No.
Or the tetrahydrozoline?
Right.
None of them alone?
Right.
It's the combination together?
Yes.
In your opinion?
That's my opinion.
I did not do that, but I agree,
Did she have
Carmen.
any other
She made a good point.
significant,
She's going to have to punch
contributing
like big
conditions
holes in all
that-
this.
may have led to her death as well?
Yes. So on a death certificate, and part of the job of the medical examiner is to complete the death certificate, there's one section for the cause of death. And so that's where I would put mixed drug toxicity and list all of those drugs that I mentioned. There's a second category that's called other significant contributing conditions. And that's where there are diseases or processes that may have made someone more susceptible to dying in whatever the actual cause of death was. So, for example, a elderly person who falls and breaks a hip may end up dying because of the hip fracture, whereas a healthy young person wouldn't. And in that case, I would list under other conditions, well, maybe they had heart disease and lung disease and things like that that made them more susceptible. So in her case, in this particular case, Ms. Hernan's case, she had this interstitial myocarditis, the inflammation in the heart, as well as having clinical evidence that she actually had something wrong with her heart. We talked about the EKG and the slowing of her heart rate. So I think that may have made her more susceptible to the potential cardiac or heart effects of some of these drugs. She also had hypertensive cardiovascular disease with an enlarged heart. And we think of people as, oh, they're big-hearted, like that would be a good thing. But in fact, an enlarged heart is not a good thing. And people with larger hearts are at increased risk of having what's called an arrhythmia, or abnormal beating of the heart, which can cause sudden death. So I would list that as a risk factor because that also makes her more susceptible to the potential cardiac effects of these drugs. She also had the hepatic steatosis, the fatty change that we've talked about, and I think that can contribute because it can affect how drugs are metabolized. A lot of drugs are metabolized in the liver, and if your liver isn't working properly, then that could have an effect. And also suggests that she may have had some other underlying diseases that could be contributing. And then she also had a history of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which is lung disease. And that would make her more susceptible to the potential respiratory depression or breathing slowing that can happen with some drugs. So I would list all of those things.
Well, you mentioned hepatic steatosis.
Yes.
That's the fatty liver?
Yes.
How do you get a fatty liver?
Well, there are a number of things that can cause a fatty liver. Probably the most common is alcohol ingestion. And if people use a large amount of alcohol over a prolonged period of time, it can really affect their liver. And people with liver disease like that, it sort of suggests that they may have taken more alcohol than was healthy for their body. And in her case, that may have been a contributing factor because there was evidence during her prior hospitalization that she did have some abnormal electrolytes or chemicals and also liver enzymes. So she may have had complications from that.
You know, when you talk about the toxicology tests that came back, but what if her tox had come back negative? Would any of these conditions, could they be a cause of death?
Absolutely. I would especially consider the myocarditis, the inflammation in the heart. If she had nothing else, if her tox was completely negative, but she had this severe heart disease, I wouldn't hesitate to call that the cause of her death. But that's why it's so important. You don't just make the determination based on the autopsy findings. You have to put it all in context.
And that's what you did. You put everything together. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. All right, that's cause of death. The other thing that a medical examiner or a pathologist has to opine about is manner of death, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there's different categories of manner of death.
Yes.
There's 5 as I understand it.
Yes.
Is that right? What are the 5 manners of death?
So there's natural, meaning that the death was the result of diseases that were natural. There's accident, meaning that there's some external injury. It could also be drug overdoses are considered accidents if they aren't taken intentionally. Then there's suicide, meaning that the death is self-inflicted and there's some element of intent. There's homicide, meaning the death is at the hands of another person. From the medical examiner perspective, that doesn't imply criminal intent. So what people might consider a hunting accident, for example, one person shoots another person not intentionally, we would call that a homicide because it's death at the hands of another, but it certainly doesn't mean that it needs to be prosecuted or anything like that. So it's a separate medical category of homicide that doesn't necessarily correlate to the legal system. And then the 5th is undetermined or could not be determined. And that is a category that's used either where we simply have no information about what happened. You know, a body is just found and there's nothing to suggest what happened. Or there's information that supports one or more of these other categories. So probably the most common is a drug overdose, where yes, they may have a history of depression and some other factors that might be considered risk factors for suicide, but they also have a history of maybe taking too much of medication or just inadvertently taking drugs that they weren't prescribed. So that is probably the most common place that we use undetermined, would be a situation like this where there's evidence that it could be a suicide or an accident. You can't always rule out a homicide. So then you use undetermined because that's sort of the most honest appraisal of all of the information that you have.
So in this case, using your most honest appraisal of all the information you have, did you reach a conclusion of manner of death for Lynn Hernan?
Yes, and I would say that was undetermined.
Okay. You think that's the best classification for her death?
Yes.
You've considered all the other categories?
Yes.
And let's talk about it. Now, the 5 categories of manner of death, that is also found in the name publication. They also list the 5 possible manners of death. Is that right?
Yes.
And then have you even taken a look at Wisconsin death certificate forms themselves to see if those 5 categories are listed on it?
Yes, those 5 categories. Plus there's a category called pending, but that isn't a permanent category. That's just you put if the funeral home needs the death certificate and you haven't finished your investigation yet. So there are actually 6, but really only 5.
Okay. If
Funeral home needs
this
their
isn't
death
a pending
certificates, we can get them in the ground, but
situation. But if you
you might
had
have to dig
one,
them back
you
up
might have
'cause you guys haven't
you'd have to
finished
go
yet.
back and change it eventually, right?
Yes, it's called unpenned.
Okay. Now, would you say that there is strong evidence here that Lynn Hernan's death was a suicide?
I would say there's strong evidence that certainly could have been a suicide, yes.
What factors would contribute to your opinion?
Well, there are a number of articles that we as forensic pathologists reference when we're trying to figure out if something might be a suicide. They're published by the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, and they list a number of risk factors that might include mental health issues, great emotional or physical pain, rehearsing fatal behavior, trying to avoid being found, the recent legal problems, recent medical problems. There's a whole list of things. But I think with respect to this case, certainly Ms. Hernan had expressed emotional and physical pain and distress. I think her recent hospitalization, she was very frustrated and upset that they couldn't really cure her, that she still had all of these symptoms and problems. She certainly had a history of mental illness, depression, agoraphobia, anxiety, chronic insomnia. She had serious illnesses, which is a known risk factor. And she had a history of substance use disorder, potentially, as suggested by that positive drug screen that she had in, I think it was February of 2018, suggesting that she was taking a medication that she wasn't prescribed, as well as alcohol, which is usually not a good mixture. And then she certainly had easy access to lethal means in the forms of all of her medication. If she had been not taking all of her medication the way it was originally prescribed, she could have had a little backlog of pills, and that certainly is suggested by the toxicology.
Doctor, among those things, did you also, although it may not have been testified to in trial, did you have access to the police reports in this case?
Yes.
And did you have a statement from Ms. Hernan's neighbor on this issue?
Yes.
What statement, did you rely on that statement?
Well, I wouldn't, it was something I knew about. And to the extent that it fit in with the rest of her medical history, that was more verified. But her neighbor implied that she felt she had some suicide ideations.
The neighbor thought that Lynn had suicide ideations?
Yes.
And you saw that in a police report?
Yes.
Okay. So is it You cite in your report a CDC document on the criteria for determining suicide. Is that something that you rely upon in your making your opinions here?
For me, it's so integrated at this point that it isn't like every time I have a case, I pull it up. But whenever I'm trying to explain to someone else who's not a forensic pathologist how we make the determination of suicide, it's a document I often reference because I think it's very helpful to understand from our perspective what we look at when we're trying to make a determination of suicide.
So do they indicate in that guide that they look to see if they can see any signs of intent in the person who's died, the deceased?
Yes.
And that could be written or verbal statements, right?
Yes.
And maybe preparations for death?
Yes, and so to that extent, the presence of the will could be considered that she wanted to get her affairs in order. Now, whether that was because she had met with palliative care and she felt she was dying a natural death, or it certainly could be that she was preparing her own death and was making those arrangements. So that certainly could be considered making preparations.
Or the document that you would have seen in discovery of her writing an obituary, for example.
Right.
What about things like, did you notice that in the scene photos of Lynn Hernan that she had her father's dog tags on?
Yes.
Might that be some sort of an indication?
I guess it would depend. If it was something she always wore, then maybe not. But if it wasn't something that she always wore, then that might suggest she was planning on being closer to her father, or she wanted to be comforted, or, there's all kinds of potential explanations.
Doctor, did she take drugs that made her a zombie and forge documents and give her will ghostly to Jessy to file it while she was incarcerated? Because you got to get past that one, especially after the handwriting analysis today. That I was hoping was going to be a good witness, and I don't think it turned out to be a good witness. But this woman, I don't know about her. Don't know.
What about an accident? Is there any evidence in the record for Lynn Hernan that her death could have been an accident?
Well, it could have been an accident in that she obviously had taken medication inappropriately in the past, and maybe she was just trying to get rid of her pain or treat some underlying, whether it was psychological or physical pain, and just thought if she kept taking more, she would feel better. So that's always a possibility.
People take drugs to get an effect from them?
Oh, sure, to get high. And maybe that's where the tetrahydrozoline came in.
You don't get high from it, though.
Something that people
get high on.
You
don't get high.
don't think so.
Don't say I don't know.
People do take all kinds of strange things.
Don't bring it up and then say I don't know.
So still, even though it could have
bad.
been, an accident is possible, a suicide is possible.
Yes.
Your final conclusion is undetermined?
Yes.
When you looked at the autopsy information, and you had autopsy photos, right?
Yes.
So you saw, we don't need to show them, but you looked at all the photos as Dr. B, we call her, was making her different incisions in Lynn Hernan and taking a look at the inside of her body.
Yes.
Did you take note of anything involving Lynn Hernan's throat or Lynn Hernan's neck that would show whether or not there were any signs of any forced ingestion.
Right, no, the medical examiner didn't describe anything like that and didn't photo document anything like that.
And it would be documented if there was.
Yes,
Because as a medical examiner or a pathologist, when you're doing an autopsy, anything significant, you take a photo of, true?
yeah, yes,
And you would also take a sample of and make one of those slices you were talking about and make a slide of it.
yes,
If you wanted to look at it closer under a microscope, for instance.
yes,
And that's what you're taught to do. Any of those significant findings are documented.
yes,
None here as to the throat or mouth, is that true?
right.
And if somebody was forced to ingest some quantity of medications like we're talking about here, would you, as a medical pathologist, expect to see some sign?
I would expect there would be some injuries, or if someone were being forced to drink something, I would think they might gag and maybe inhale some of the liquid, and there wasn't any evidence of any of that.
And so could you tell the jury your final conclusion here?
So my final conclusion is that the cause of her death was mixed drug toxicity due to tetrahydrozoline, baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, and nifedipine, and that other significant conditions contributing to her death were the interstitial myocarditis, the hypertensive cardiovascular disease with cardiomegaly, hepatic steatosis, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and the manner of her death was undetermined, could not be determined.
Thank you. And do you hold your opinions here to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I thank you, Doctor. Cross-exam.
All right, I'm going to
Attorney
actually excuse
Nicolai.
the jury for a moment, so I'll rise for the jury, please. Uh-oh.
Wonder what's wrong. Maybe she's going to send him home so Attorney Nicolai can do cross tomorrow. So I expect the medical examiner that already testified to be recalled and rebuttal after this witness. On this, when the state
You can
gets
all have a
rebuttal.
seat. I'll wait till the second door closes. All right, so as this witness was testifying, and I had an opportunity to see the redactions and kind of considering when in time really we had this report and some of the redactions that I know were agreed upon, but some of them had to do with references to alcoholism. And I think it's very different that when, from an evidentiary standpoint, where individuals may talk about things that happened a year prior. Although some of that comes in for a variety of different reasons, but there's a difference when you have a medical expert and someone in pathology who is trained and has experience in looking at things like the liver and these slides. And when I talk about timing, this particular expert was added to the defense witness list after the trial in February was adjourned for the very specific purpose of the defense being able to locate a pathologist, in part, my perspective, because of the limitations I put on Mr. Spiller. And so the defense followed the trial order and filed an appropriate witness list with the defense expert report, curriculum vitae, and there was a time for the filing of any objections. Of course, it was specific related to Daubert. And none was filed. And while I understand the state's position about these references to Ms. Hernan being an alcoholic, after I've listened to the testimony of this witness and she talked about why history is important and how background information informing an opinion. I'm going to reverse myself on whether the report needs to be redacted and whether this witness can be questioned about specifically alcoholism. There's been ample testimony on this record. We've gone through a number of witnesses, including the medical examiner, including now this witness, and frankly others, regarding the medical records. And this is a condition that was noted by Dr. Bidzricki in terms of another significant condition. And I think it's not fair from a due process standpoint to limit the defense from going into that. It goes to the weight, potentially, any cross-examination, but not admissibility. I still stand by the part of the report that needs to be redacted as it relates to Mr. Spiller, because that was a very clear ruling I had made following the Daubert hearing, that I did not believe he was qualified to opine on cause or manner of death. And so I'm looking at page 6 of this particular witness's report. I'm not saying she can't be questioned about that if a party feels it appropriate, but I don't think that should go before the jury if they do request this report, or even in publication, because it's not an opinion that they will hear during testimony of Mr. Spiller. So that, I believe the redactions on page 2, page 6, no, hold on. On page 6, it's a little bit different issue, but I don't see why the phrase "as well as the drugs listed by Mr. Spiller to include nifedipine," it doesn't tell this jury anything about his opinion. But I'm not positive about that. I need to reference his report. But in any event, page 7, there's a reference, as Attorney Kukler indicated. I'm comparing 2 documents, that's why I'm going back and forth. And I think that would be it. So I'm reversing myself, and Attorney Kukler, if you want an opportunity to question further on that, that's why I excused the jury, so that you were aware of that. And I'm not seeking any further comment by any party. This is an expert witness. It goes to weight, not admissibility, notwithstanding some of the limitations that I've placed. But when considering the gravity of the charges against Ms. Kurczeweski and this particular witness's credentials, I think it's important that she be allowed to be questioned on that. Now, with that, I need a very short comfort break before we continue, so I'm just going to step off if anyone else needs that. And then I will let the jury know when we come back that I've allowing Attorney Kukler to continue with questioning.
Thank you.
All right, we are in recess just for a brief moment.
I agree, Carmen. I think she's fair. I don't give her a hard time because I don't know her. Of her record making abilities, that she's always making a record. She wants it clean. So if and when her case that comes before her is appealed, it goes to appellate court, it's not going to come back because she didn't do something. Or shouldn't. That's why she's very good about her records. Thanks. Well, she's very pretty, so thank you. I didn't understand. I can understand why they're saying he's not a doctor. Mr. Spiller can't talk about cause of death because he's not a doctor, I guess. But it didn't make sense to me why doctors couldn't talk. I mean, they have. She's right. They've talked about alcoholism this entire time. the neighbor yesterday said she drank with Lynn. One thing I forgot to say that the neighbor said yesterday was that Lynn would come to her house and she would buy things online using the neighbor's computer. Lynn never did it herself. The neighbor would look up whatever it was and then purchase shoes or what have you. Lynn would give her the money, but it kind of gave, and I really do not think that neighbor, Jean, wanted to be anywhere near this trial. She was kind of, I hate to use the word bitter. She was a little bitter. She did not want to be there. She didn't say a whole lot to help Jessy, but she did about the drinking. She did about using Jean's computer to make online purchases at Jean's house with Jean doing the using the internet, not Lynn. That gave some weight to what Jessy said about her looking up stuff on her phone for Lynn. However, it's just like I keep saying, as soon as we get to that point where we're kind of clearing a little bit, like making a little headway for Jessy's side, it just, in Jessy's own words, most of the time comes caving back in. And I don't know how she's going to, I don't know. I mean, they're going to come hard at this pathologist. I'm 90% sure they're going to bring their medical examiner back to rebut her, or they're going to bring in their own pathologist. They maybe said that when they came back from lunch. I don't know. I just don't know that this pathologist can get Jessy over the hump. One thing that I was kind of questioning in the beginning of this was why Jessy didn't have any pills, or why Lynn didn't have any of the crushed up pills in her system. You know, thinking, well, that maybe they just dissolved and metabolized out, but they weren't in her blood either. So if she, just the more I think about things, if she fell, if she was drowsy or lethargic or what have you, fell asleep while she was trying to get the crushed up pills into her mouth, well, wouldn't they kind of maybe be around her mouth or maybe on her tongue? So I've kind of thought about that testimony. That doesn't go in Jessy's, that does not go in Jessy's favor. Jessy's own words do not go in her favor at all. Those police interviews were awful for Jessy. Awful. Her sending them on a wild goose chase to get stuff she buried in the park that she knew was not there. Okay, now you are proven to be a liar.
Thank you. Please be seated.
All right, they're back, so I don't want to talk anymore.
We're just waiting for.
All right, kind of hoping she calls it a day here soon.
All right, we are back on the record. I also want to add one other thing. At the time that the court decided the motions in limine, I didn't even have this report. So that's another reason I didn't say that. I was trying to verify that by looking through the court records, but it's, at the time, all the motions in limine were previously decided. It was prior to the schedule, or prior to February, before the trial was scheduled in February is when I made all those rulings. And again, I didn't even have this report to consider.
She helped her.
I've looked at all of that, and that's my decision. Jury can be brought out.
that she did it herself, and she
I'll
chose
just
not
advise
to.
them that I'm giving you an opportunity to ask some additional questions.
And then she chose
Questions.
to make stupid statements about it, about why she didn't. She's in trouble. So I am probably going to stop this as soon as Attorney Kugler winds up her direct. We'll pick up Cross and then go into Fridays or go into Thursdays on Friday, because I'm 90% positive Friday's a holiday for the courts and the banks and the post office. Anything government. I also had to make sure there was going to be court yesterday since it was election day. I know some people that work at the court had it off. Get that day off. I think we're live. I don't think I can go any further. There, we're live.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Before I turn to the state for Cross, I am going to give Attorney Kugler an opportunity to ask some additional questions. So go ahead, Attorney Kugler.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Thomas, I'd like to just talk to you about this fatty liver and some lines of questioning around that. I heard you say that that can be a sign of excess alcohol intake. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you have information in this record, the record that you reviewed, about whether Ms. Hernan had any history of alcoholism?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what about that?
So in her medical records, she had, as I mentioned, elevated liver tests that would suggest she had some ongoing liver damage. In her medical record, there was this positive test for ethylglucuronide indicating use of alcohol. And then additionally, in the police report, I believe one of her neighbors said that she thought Ms. Hernan consumed a lot of alcohol or excess amount and suffered from alcoholism.
The neighbor thought that Ms. Hernan was an alcoholic
Yes.
as well. Okay, thank you, doctor. That's all I have, Judge.
All right, thank you. Cross.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so I'm going to stop this now because they're either going to go on for like 30 minutes, maybe an hour, maybe till 5 o'clock their time. But I need to jump off here, and I don't have another hour worth of time before then. So that's a good place to stop. We'll pick it up on Friday. Hopefully Friday's a holiday. I'm really, really, really hoping that, so that we can be caught up before we head into the weekend, and I don't have to do anything over the weekend. And then we can start on Monday. So I don't need you up anymore. Hopefully that's okay with everybody. Because I've been sitting here for 5 hours. I like doing these trials, but it's a long time to sit here. I'm kind of hungry, and it's almost time for dinner. So I'm going to see some of you here in just a little bit for dinner. Okay. All right, good. I know my calendar says the holiday, but I could write holiday every day on my calendar. Wouldn't make it so. Carmen, Cheyenne, stay out of the chemical spill. May the wind blow in your favor, meaning away from you. And that's it. I'll try not to be late because you know what? You will not be here for dinner, Carmen, in your dreams. I don't even think I introduced myself today because I was running so late. So it was just hit the on button and go. But that's what it is. That's just the way it is. So I'll see you all Friday, 11:30-ish. I'll try to get the stream set up earlier than I did today. I just realized I didn't get it set up early today. I was running late, but I still didn't get it set up because my laptop was downstairs. I was upstairs, and I had to go get it. And I had other things I needed to get done before I got that. So there's my excuse. There we go. All right, Friday, 11:30. Enjoy your night. Be safe. Don't do Visine, kids. Because Visine is bad, apparently. You know, my eyes have been itching really bad, and they've been so red. And I know that I should put some eye drops in there, but I'm too scared. So, all right, I'm out. See ya.